Good evening. The Design Review Board public meeting of July 8th, 2021 is called to order. Due to the COVID-19 novel coronavirus and the health recommendations from the Los Angeles County Health Department, the Design Review Board meeting is still being conducted virtually with no members of the public present. The public is encouraged to watch and participate from the safety of their homes. The meeting can be viewed on local cable TV and is being streamlined online on the city's website at www.glendaleca.gov. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person. Current Design Review Board agendas are available by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. Records of decisions for all projects will be posted online on the Planning Division's website. Please note that any appeal of a case heard today must be filed within 15 calendar days of the Design Review Board decision date. The appeal application is also available online. Roll call, Board Member Minas. Board Member Minas?
Present.
Present. Great, thank you. Board Member Simonian?
Present.
Board Member Smith?
Here.
And Board Member Chagayan?
Present.
And Chair Welch?
Present.
Oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is limited to 5 minutes, and the Design Review Board may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. I have no callers for the oral communication part, which brings us to the Community Development Department updates, which there are none at this time. And next on the agenda would be the board and commission member comments.
I think we still have to approve minutes from the last meeting.
Yes, we do. Thank you for that reminder. Next up would be approval of Design Review Board minutes from May the 27th, 2021. We had one case that evening, and that would be the affordable housing project at 900 East Broadway, and Board Member Chagayan was absent. The other 4 were present. Is there a motion to...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please. Motion to approve the minutes by Board Member Smith?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
And I'm sorry, was that Mr. Simonian? Yes, great, thank you. So it'd be Board Member Minas?
Yes.
Board Member Smith? Board Member Smith? Yes. Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
And Chair Welch?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So back to the board commission member comments. I believe there was a discussion regarding the agenda order.
Yes, staff and board members, I am proposing to make some changes to the order of the hearings tonight. Board Member Minas has said that he needed to recuse himself from 3 of the cases. So we are going to handle those 3 cases first and dispose of those, and then we will take the last 2 hearings that Board Member Minas can participate in. So the order of the hearings will be as follows. We will do Louise Street first, Nesmith Street second, Corona third, and then we'll recall Board Member Minas and handle the Linden case, followed by the Foothill case. Okay?
Thank
So
you.
with that,
So
I think we are ready to proceed.
yes. So the first case on tonight's agenda would be Design Review Board case number PDR 2017601 for 200 South Louise Street. Mr. Dennis Joe is the case planner. Mr. Dennis Joe.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Just give me a second here to, I'm going to share my screen and start the PowerPoint. Well, once again, good evening, members of the board, Mr. Chair. The item before you is at 200 South Louise, also known as 306 East Harvard. The project site is approximately 12,000 square feet. It's located in the downtown specific plan, East Broadway District, and located at the southeast corner of Harvard and Louise. The next slide before you is an aerial of the project site. At the lower right corner, it's showing the existing building and the subject surface parking lot. This slide here is the existing site plan. As you can see, the site is developed with an existing 6,500 square foot office building, which is proposed to remain, and a 14 space at-grade parking lot. The project is to demolish the at-grade parking lot and to construct a new 3-story, 14-unit, 6,263 square foot multifamily residential building. And just to give a quick highlight of the application's background, the project received 2 zoning applications approval, the first one being a density bonus application, which this 14-unit building, 2 are being reserved for very low affordable income. The project was granted a single concession from development standards, which 0 open space is provided. Additionally, this application for density bonus was granted a density bonus parking concession, which allowed for a parking ratio for each 1-bedroom or studio unit, a half space per bedroom parking ratio. So the second zoning application that was approved for this project was a parking reduction permit, which was to reduce 8 office parking spaces for the existing office. And just to move forward with the site plan analysis for this project, as you can see on the screen of the yellow outline of the building, of the footprint of the building will follow the rectangular shape of the parking lot. The building will include code-compliant setbacks at 26 feet in total from the street from Harvard, which will include a 10-foot wide landscape parkway, a 6-foot wide sidewalk, a 10-foot wide landscape building adjacent zone. Pardon me. Moving on to mass scale, the building will be a 3-story, 40-foot tall building. The chosen style is appropriate for the context of the eclectic mix of the surrounding buildings, which is surrounded by the central library to the west, the Glendale Presbyterian and Children's Ministry to the north, the Assistant League to the east, and offices and multifamily residences to the south. While you can see the building's profile is narrow and governed by the site's available buildable area, which is the parking lot, the building is adjoined to the existing office building at the corner. The massing, as shared together, shares an emphasis of rectangular volumes, which the heights change between the 2 buildings and create a varied roof profile to help avoid overbearing presence. And you can see the roof change in the variation in roof outline highlighted in yellow on the top of the screen. If I may guide your attention to the top of the slide, this is the east elevation facing the Assistant League. This facade is broken into volumes with private balconies for residential units and highly visible from Harvard because the site is adjacent to an at-grade surface parking lot, which is unobstructed from the street. And if I can guide your eyes to the lower part, from the red highlighted animation on the bottom of the screen, the facade, staff believes, is relatively flat and lacks some articulation. But staff recommends that perhaps to further develop visual interest, that larger balconies and or deeper facade articulations are to be reduced to provide additional depth and rhythm to this facade. That's so visible from Harvard. Just going into materials, all the design will be designed with a modern and contemporary style, be cladded primarily with painted stucco, hardwood siding. It will include windows and balcony doors constructed of anodized aluminum material, and it will include frameless glass railings that will be used at the top deck. pardon me for the pause. I'm waiting for the PowerPoint to move. Because of the close proximity of the existing commercial office building, as you can see from the street view on the top right-hand corner, staff believes it would be beneficial to redesign the new building's exterior features and materials to allow for a dialogue between the new building and the existing building. As a condition, staff recommends the project to incorporate metal panels and/or brick veneer, eliminating the wood siding, and to reduce the amount of stucco to create a more harmonious overall composition. Additionally, the framing elements, as you can see, platted with Ipe wood, vary in proportion. Staff recommends that the framing elements be revised to be in proportion and heights that have a better composition and balance with the project design. And finally, staff believes the second and third floor designs along the east and south facades conflict with the desired style of the building, and therefore it recommends that the windows be redesigned to coordinate better with the design as a whole. Moving forward with open space, the DSP requires a minimum of 1,200 square feet of open space on the subject lot. However, as you may recall on the first few slides, this project did receive approval of a density bonus concession, which granted 0 open space. Given the amount of the affordable, which is 2 very low units, the applicant only exercised one of the 2 concessions, and that one concession was this to provide 0 open space. However, the project does include 2 common open space areas on the roof. Each, as you can see highlighted in yellow, are approximately 700 square feet. This rooftop common area is for the building occupants and will include limited landscaping, benches, barbecue areas for residents. Last, to speak about the building's parking circulation. Vehicular access will be provided via a new driveway from East Harvard along the northern property line, and will include 12 parking spaces, which do satisfy the approvals of the density bonus and parking reduction approval, as I previously mentioned in this presentation. Overall, staff recommends approval of the following conditions, as you can see on the screen. If the board would like me to go over these 5 conditions, I gladly would do so.
Okay, do any board members have questions for Mr. Joe? No, okay.
I do.
Oh, I can't see you, Francesca. Go ahead, Board Member Smith.
Hi. Mr. Joe, can you tell us what staff, what concessions were recommended in the design to the applicant because of its location literally surrounded by historic buildings? I don't see any mention of it.
Well, the site is not historic itself. We still feel that it's complementary to the site.
So it's there's a narrow alley and a parking lot that has a wall that looks just like the Kiefer and Irick mortuary. There's, as I recall, like a children's ministry right across the street that was also identified as locally eligible. There's the public library, and there's also the, I think it's Glendale Presbyterian Church. So the only building that isn't presumptively significant that is the building immediately next to it. And the downtown specific plan talks about being compatible with historic buildings adjacent.
And now I'll jump in if you'd like, Dennis.
Yeah, sure, Jay.
Oh, go ahead if you've got it.
Well, the way staff analyzed the site was it's going to be a new building adjacent to a existing commercial building that does have a modern design to it. We were just responding to the what would be complementary in site. Now, I'll allow Jay to continue moving forward as far as what the historic context of the neighborhood.
Yeah, and then the group of buildings you're referring to, first concessions, I assume you were not talking about concessions for the density bonus, but just the concept of designing to fit into the environment. This is an extremely, as so much of South Glendale is an extremely eclectic group of buildings, both historic and non-historic. The question being, what would we reference if we were specifically attempting to do that would be an interesting puzzle. We do think that a contemporary looking building in this location is going to completely fit in with the other materials, and specifically in our condition to remove the ipe wood and think in terms of more modular materials such as brick veneer would certainly enhance the compatibility not only with the building on the corner that it abuts, but also with the Kiefer and Irick building. We have stucco surfaces across the street. We have reinforced concrete brutalist structure at the library. We have a lot going on around here, so I don't think it's an issue in terms of diminishment of the historicity of any of those buildings if this building isn't matching them in any direct way. But I don't see that the challenge of trying to make it fit in is going to be a complicated one. And I think with our conditions, it's certainly going to be a better solution.
I'm so sorry.
If you have any specific goals or comments, then we should definitely include that in the discussion.
It will be. This was just to start with. I noticed that it wasn't even mentioned in the staff report.
Yeah, it's on a completely separate parcel from all of those buildings, and
yes.
That's why.
Huh. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Joe, would you mind sharing your screen? Stop sharing your screen, please.
I'm trying to do it. I just not familiar with WebEx. I'm trying to. I will do it soon. As soon as I figure this out. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Were there any other board members who wanted to ask a question of Mr. Joe or staff? Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I just had a quick question. There was a concession to not provide any common open space, but the applicant has provided common open space. And I'm wondering what the mindset was. Is it just they didn't have enough room to provide the full amount, and that's why it was just easier to ask for a concession?
I'm so sorry, board member Arcemone. Someone walked in and I didn't hear the first beginning. Can you please begin the question once more? My apologies.
No problem. There's a concession for waiving of the common open space. However, applicant has provided common open space, and I'm wondering the mindset behind the concession and asking for it. Is that because they just didn't have enough square feet of common open space, so it was just easier to ask for the common open space concession?
Well, the DSP does require open space, which also includes publicly accessible, which has to be ground floor, which I didn't, as you pointed out, I wasn't very clear on that. So portions of it should be on the ground floor, and to as a result, they had to ask for a concession to not provide it on the ground floor.
Thank you.
Mr. Joe, I have a question about the driveway. It seems very narrow and would not accommodate two-way traffic. Can you speak to that, and if that's an acceptable thing by Glendale standards? Because it seems to me that it would be a little unsafe.
For subterranean parking as the zoning code, the minimum is 12 feet wide for subterranean parking garages.
Okay.
The drawings do show 11 feet. They will have to widen it to 1 more. That's correct.
Okay, so is that something we should be adding as an additional condition here, or is that something that would just happen?
It will just have to be done during zoning. I mean, I do see some areas to the north that probably can happen that this will be moved to. Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, unless there are other questions, we can open the public hearing and hear from the applicants. We can't hear you, Mr. Khan.
Start again. Good evening, Chairman, board members, and city staff. My name is Rodney Kahn. My offices are located here in the city of Glendale. And I'll address a couple of the comments that I heard the board members make as part of my presentation as well. As staff mentioned, it's a mixed-use project. We are maintaining the existing office building. One time we looked at removing that, but we thought it was important to keep. So that's 6,500 square feet, and then build the residential building. The surrounding area is eclectic, and it was mentioned about some of the buildings that are immediately around us, but there are also other buildings that weren't mentioned that are also nearby. And that includes on the other side of the Glendale Assistance League building is an office building, Osborne Architects. That's a very unique, very interesting modern building as well, and that's directly adjacent to it. We also have in the neighborhood a 10-story building, and that's an affordable senior housing project, which is the Casa de la Paloma. And that's along with the other buildings in Central Park and other buildings that were mentioned. This is a density bonus housing project. And as staff mentioned, there are two very low income affordable units being provided. We could have incorporated substantially more market rate units with this project, but we chose not to. We're not seeking to maximize the density for the project. We felt that the project itself works out very nicely with mass, with scale, with the 3-story, with the 2-story, for what we wanted to do here. We designed our project very much intentionally with a modern architectural style. That being the case that the 2-story building that's been there for many years, former home of the Chamber of Commerce, is a very modern building. And so we thought it was most compatible with that building. As it relates to Mr. Simonian, or Board Member Simonian, mentioning about our concession, we had one concession that we asked for, and that was for the publicly accessible open space. It's not that we aren't providing it, we are. It's just not to the dimensions that the code requires. So we provided that large setback. We have some of it, not all of it. And then we also put, obviously, more additional open space up on the roof. In terms of the comments or the conditions that staff brought up, we think they're valid. We think that there are some changes. They're primarily cosmetic changes that we think we could work with staff on and be happy to do so. So based on that, I'll conclude my remarks. Our architect is also on board, and he's on the screen, Varouj Saroyan. If you have questions of myself or questions of our architect, we'd be happy to answer them now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do any of the board members have questions for Mr. Kahn or the architect?
I have easy ones.
Okay, go ahead, Board Member Smith.
Thank you. What is the maximum depth of the ground disturbance, if anyone can answer that? Because it will go a little bit deeper than the garage.
Very below the parking garage.
Yes, sorry.
Generally, it's going to be 12 feet below, but I'm searching the section drawings right now.
It's right around there. It's one level of subterranean parking. So it'd probably be about 14 feet, between 12 and 14 feet would be the maximum.
Thanks very much.
Okay. If there's no other questions from board members, Oh, wait, here, Board Member Simoni, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a very quick question for the architect. On the material board sheet, the window detail shows barely any recessed distance for a recessed window, and I'm wondering if the architect could let us know if it's possible to recess those windows a bit more to provide some more depth to the facade, because it seems as though there's a 4-inch clear distance from the inside of the window to the edge of the drywall.
Varouge, we can't hear you.
We still can't hear you.
Varouge, at the bottom of your screen, there are 3 dots next to the red circle with the X. If you click on that, it gives you the option to switch audio. Maybe you have a different system set up.
Or just unmute.
Or call Rodney on his cell phone.
It's simple enough.
Yeah, it looks like he is still muted, so.
While we're waiting for him, though, I think real quick, the 4 inches, I think, is meant to be that outside.
Oh,
You see the text above.
Oh, he may just have himself muted.
I think the answer, I just got the answer I needed. Thank you.
Varouge, there's also at the bottom of your screen, there's a bar that says mute or unmute.
I think we could safely move on because it's a moot point.
No, but he may have to talk later. I'm just trying to help him.
Okay.
But yes, you're right.
Okay.
It's a moot point. There we go.
Okay, hearing no other requests for questions, do we have any public speakers on the matter?
One second, please. Apologies, we're going to need to take just a 2-minute recess because there appears to be an issue with our system. So just a very short recess. Thank you.
Okay, we are on recess.
Amelia?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we have no callers for this particular project.
Okay. Are we back on the air right now?
It appears we have lost the screen for GTV6, so we have no ability now to see if we are back live on the air. So
Well, we're not, the logo's up, so, I mean, the seals.
yes, we are live. I just received notice.
Okay, very good. Okay, so hearing no comments, I think we can go ahead and close the public hearing and ask for board members' comments. Mr. Simonian, would you care to kick us off? Is he here? I'm not seeing him on the screen anymore. Okay, well, we'll move forward and hopefully you can join us in second tier. Oh,
Like
there he
he's
is.
back.
Okay. Board Member Simonian, can you kick us off with discussion from board members?
Overall, I think it's a good design project. I do agree with staff's comments. I think the integration of some stone brick veneer will help the facade as it relates to the adjacent property. Overall, I think some more integration of classical, maybe stone veneer or brick will help. And my only concern was with that common open space on the roof. If they could maybe create more of a pathway between the kind of north and south side, I think that will create some more of a holistic kind of connectivity between the barbecue area and the common area to the north. But overall, I don't have any issues with the project, and I think it's affordable housing project, and we certainly can use the affordable units.
And are you largely in alignment with the board members, the staff's recommendations?
I am.
All right, so could we move to board member Smith next, please?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have quite a few comments on this, if you will indulge me a little bit, but I'll try to go quickly. So Chapter 1 of the Comprehensive Design Guidelines directs that the overall character of the neighborhood and surrounding context should be carefully considered, including historic character, overall look and feel, quality and scale of the architectural design. So whether or not these surrounding historic buildings are of one style or one period or another, it's nonetheless the setting of those buildings that this new building will be in. The other new buildings in the area don't really have the same sensitivity as the historic buildings that is recognized. So I don't actually see a lot of evidence of consideration of these factors. It's kind of an intentional contrast to the existing established setting. It reminds me a lot of the ratio-based conventional apartment buildings that I reviewed in the 1980s. And it's mostly, I understand why it would be done this way, but it looks like maximization of the units has been done in order to make more revenue. So if it's kind of a relentlessly extruded shape that's continuous, that ends up in monolithic forms, I think it could be more successful by mediating the difference and affecting the residential densities so that it reads with more animation, more ins and outs than what's proposed. So I will skip some of the design review things we're tasked with, but it does talk in the ordinance about changes in material heights, projections, vertical and horizontal planes should be encouraged to have changes on visible exterior wall, and that primary attention should be given to the sides visible from the public right-of-way. And at this point, 2 sides are visible from the public right-of-way. The package gave us a good idea of what it would look like from those sides, but it doesn't really, to me, as it's designed now, hopefully with the conditions integrated. The integrated and harmonious design themes are encouraged, and I don't see it right now, including the use of consistent materials, colors, textures, and signs on exposed building walls. The ordinance directs that new development should be designed in such a way to upgrade the appearance and the quality of the area and to be harmonious with what is existing. And while the design is nice, it's really not harmonious with the existing. Also in the downtown specific plan, it says it needs to be sensitive to existing places and character, and whether or not these are each historic, they're existing, and they have specific character. So on this side of the street, there is a strong existing pattern of height, scale, not exactly use, but they need to reinforce these patterns. So I'm going to skip ahead about this. This design needs to respect adjacent development a little bit better, or a lot better. It needs to fit in with the existing established context. I don't see really an appropriate response to the neighborhood character, which would really be architectural recognition of the setting. That's in the comprehensive design guides in chapter 1. It doesn't mean copying it. It doesn't mean, you know, using a thin brick and making it look like a fake assistance league. It just means acknowledging it better, maybe lining up floor heights, maybe just hopefully the use, instead of the proposed shiny metal, something like a concrete that looks like stone, like is used a lot in that neighborhood. I'm trying to move along quickly because we have a long night. The bulk of new development, it says in massing and scale, need to be reduced through the articulation of building massing and facades. I don't see that enough here, unfortunately. The lighting sort of lights, the proposed lighting is supposed to consider safety and reduce glare, but it looks like it creates giant patterns of what the light is doing, unfortunately. So in the guidelines, it talks about consistency of scale on streets and so forth. So if it's at all possible to somehow step back the 3rd floor or the 2nd floor or something like that. The guidelines also talk about aligning with cornice lines, colonnades, fenestration, and materials. And I think this would be a really nice opportunity to fit into that neighborhood by doing that. When it's set back, as it is currently set back, but it helps it fit in better. Trying to skip along. So under K in the guidelines, it says projects built adjacent to historic structures that are smaller in scale should step down to the street wall to align with the existing cornice. And adjacent means nearby or close to. It doesn't mean immediately abutting. I checked it. Thanks, Jay, for nodding in agreement. These are historic buildings. There's a very established small scale on that side of the street. So I just think that there could be some ways to reduce it a little bit. The views of the mountain are going to be blocked for 2012. South Louise should be preserved where feasible. I don't know if it's possible. I recently had a seminar with Kengo Kuma, and he was talking about considering the silhouette of a building. And in this case, I just think there is a lot better opportunity to consider the silhouette more than is being done as we see. He talked about the new Japan National Stadium, which seats about 70,000 people, and it looks light as a bird. I don't expect this to be the Japan National Stadium, but as as proposed, this just seems like a giant concrete block landed in this neighborhood. And I just think that it could be lightened up. It could fit in better, and it shouldn't be that difficult. Part of his thesis was that architecture, nature, and social responsibility can be combined. And I think you have a great opportunity here to do these changes that staff and Board Member Simonian talked about, and hopefully maybe some others, in order to make this fit in a little better. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Smith. Board Member Chagayan.
Yes, thank you. I'll keep it short and brief. I'm basically overall in agreement with staff's comments about changing material, introducing brick. I did have a comment about the connection to the existing building and whether or not it's even necessary. I realize it's an exit, but if it could remain just a gate, maybe it would help differentiate the need to match, that building right next to it entirely. But overall, I think it's a nice design. Affordable units are always great for the neighborhood, and just please take into consideration, or not consideration, all the conditions of staff recommended, especially the stepping back and not having it be such a flat facade. And I think in changing the materials, and that'll help with the design overall. Thank you.
And when you say stepping back, are you referring to the east facade most prominently? Yes.
Definitely.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Board Member Chagayan. I generally concur with my colleagues here. I think that staff has done a very good job with their recommendations, which I also concur with. And I think bringing some of those different elements in will be a benefit to the design. I like the design overall. Generally, I think the front facade is a well-designed composition. I think it's well balanced. But I do think staff is correct in terms of their recommendations. So I don't have much more to add to the discussion here, except that I do hope that they catch and correct that parking with issue. Okay, so with that, I would welcome anyone to make a motion to move the project.
I move to approve the project with staff stated conditions. In addition, to add a condition for the north and south portions of the rooftop deck / common open space to be connected via some sort of a pedestrian walkway that is bifurcated from the future solar panels. And I believe that's it, unless there were some other items that I missed, but that's the motion for now.
Could, may I make a friendly amendment?
No.
And just one thought on the connection of the walkways. We've run into a situation in terms of exiting from rooftop common areas where building and safety has certain requirements about the max square footage that can be served. And I don't think that'll be an issue here because you'll be able to get to both stairways from each of the common spaces, but just with the caveat that we'll double check that there's no issue raised by that, but I don't see that happening. Mr. Simonian?
We have a motion by Board Member Simonian. Do we have a second?
I second.
We do roll call.
Board Member Minas? On this one, I apologize. He's not on.
He's recused.
Recused. Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Board Member Smith?
No.
Board Member Chagayan?
Yes.
And Mr. Chair Welch?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion stands by a 3-1 vote to approve the condition with an added condition by Board Member Simonian.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let us move on to the next case, which is for Nesbitt. This would be Ms. Babakani.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I would like to share my screen for my PowerPoint presentation. Can you see my screen with the PowerPoint presentation? Perfect.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So the case before you is a design review application with a case number PDR 2105697 for proposed development located at 420 Nesmet Road. The proposal is to construct a new 2,268 square foot, 3-story single-family residence with an attached 2-car garage on a 7,566 square foot vacant lot located in the R1R zone, floor area ratio district 2. The subject site is a vacant lot with an average current slope of approximately 54%. The irregularly shaped lot slopes up from Nesmet Road towards the rear. The lot contains one protected oak tree, 6 inches in diameter, at the southeast corner of the lot at the rear. The tree will not be impacted by the proposed development. Also, the approval is conditioned for obtaining required permits from Urban Forestry to protect the oak tree on the side and also the street tree, the existing street tree. As proposed, the project will involve approximately 800 cubic yards of cut and expert. And with that, 48% of the site will remain as ungraded open space. In terms of the site planning, the new 3-story house follows the topography of the site, which slopes up sharply from the street frontage, as I mentioned. New retaining walls with split face concrete blocks finish at the sides and rear of the house will help to minimize landform alterations, and the retaining walls meet zoning code requirements. The design and location of attached garage and driveway with decorative pavers are also compatible with the primary structure. New drought-tolerant landscape is complementary to the building design, and landscaping is proposed along the retaining walls facing neighboring properties to reduce visual impacts. In terms of the mason scale, staff believes the new 3-story house with the overall height of 34 feet and 6 inches presents appropriate proportions and transitions in mason scale. The new design follows the hillside design guidelines because it is built into the upsloped lot and creates appropriate articulations following the natural terrace. The hipped roofs, as designed, reinforce the design concept and are appropriate to the context. You can see the front and rear elevation drawing and also the 3D rendering of the project in this slide. And here you can see the northeast elevation of the proposal. Here we have southwest elevation. which is the site. And I have the roof plan for you here on this slide. And section drawing. Here are another section drawings for the proposal. In terms of the design and details, staff believes the proposed architectural details and colors, including stone veneer, smooth stucco finish, roof tiles, roof eave details, trim and exposed beams, windows and exterior doors, railings, light fixtures, and front staircase are consistent and reinforce the proposed Spanish colonial revival design concept. And the entryway is well integrated into the overall design. And in terms of the privacy, the house will not create a privacy issue because the proposed balcony and the small window of the living room at the second floor will not overlook to the adjacent neighboring property to the east. If I go back to the this is the front elevation, and there is a neighboring house on this side. And I'm talking about these balconies. And I should mention the majority of the neighborhood consists of vacant lots. For the windows, they are wood-clad windows. They're recessed within walls with seal and represent the proposed architectural style with an appropriate combination of hung, fixed, and casement windows. For the conclusion, staff recommends approval of this project with one condition regarding the street tree and the on-site oak tree to be preserved and landscape plan to be updated to reflect the trees. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for the question.
Do any board members have questions? Board Member Chagayan, go ahead.
Yes, I was just wondering, is the maximum allowable retaining wall 12 feet or 15 feet?
It depends on the location.
And in this case, is it 12 or
If it's
15?
12 at the rear, yes, but maximum can be up to 15 feet.
Okay, just
You're referring to the rear retaining wall.
yes, the rear retaining wall,
Mhm.
because I noticed there's no freeboard accounted for in the sections, and that is a pretty steep slope. So I imagine that wall is going to get taller. Thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions? Board Member Simonian, go ahead.
The staff report indicates 803 cubic yards of cut, if I'm reading it correctly, or I recall reading it this afternoon. I'm wondering if staff has verified that. That seems light in comparison to an upslope home of this magnitude. It's usually quite a bit more. I personally haven't done the calculations, and I'm wondering if staff has looked into that, and if there's a cut and fill diagram available for us to review.
What I have on the drawing on page A1 shows the ungated area of the project and the area that will involve in the cut and pot. Maybe the project's architect can help to answer the question in terms of the accuracy of the number that he provided to us.
Sure. Yeah, most R1R homes, they should come with a cut and fill diagram. Was that submitted by the applicant for this specific application?
Whatever you have in the drawing is the full packet that's submitted by the applicant. It's part of the drawing.
We could ask the applicant then, I guess. It does seem light to me. Thank you.
No problem.
Board Member Smith?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. B, I don't want to mispronounce your name. I can do it, but
You can call me Eileen.
thank you, Eileen. Can you tell if these windows and doors that are proposed are true divided lights or are they grids?
I can refer that question to the applicant and the architect of the project as well.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Okay, so let us go ahead and open the public hearing and hear from the applicant.
Yes, good evening, Chair, Board Chair, and the board members. My name is Karl Nazarian, the designer of this project. Eileen presented the project very nicely. Just I want to add to Mr. Simonian comment about cubic yard of the cottage. If you go to, Eileen, can you share the section drawings? As you see, it's not that on this lot we cut the entire, building height in the hill. It's a portion of the hill. It will be cut to accommodate the path for the construction. And on the purpose, we added because the code allows us to have one retaining wall when it's hidden by the main building to have a maximum height of the 15 feet. We are just proposing, we are using that section to minimize the amount of the grading. And to respond to the maximum height allowed is 15 feet without taking on consideration the freeboard. The 15 feet, just the retaining part, but my retaining wall, it's on 12 feet. And the windows, it's truly divided. It's not the internal grid, it's just the external, truly divided. And I did review the comments, which there is none, just the protection of the trees, which we will comply with that, no problem. If you have any other question, I will be more than happy to answer it.
Garo, I just wanted to confirm, I think they're probably simulated divided lights rather than true, where you have the grids on the inside and the outside, but it's still a double pane glass unit?
Oh, no, it's just external.
Okay, so but you have a double glass unit, right?
Double glass, yeah.
Okay, so simulated.
Yeah.
Just to confirm.
Okay, board member questions for the applicant? None? Okay. All right. Are there any callers on the case?
No, Chair Welch, there are no callers for this particular project as well.
Okay. Okay, so we can close the public hearing then and turn it over to board member comments. And for this one, we will start with board member Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Overall, I applaud the simplicity, the simple wood garage doors, the multi-light wood door at the entrance with the side lights and the transom. I think it's really, it helps the design that there are proposed plain pickets for the metal railings, but I believe that this design could be enhanced a little bit. The overall design is not overly ornate, which is great, but the repetition of the same elements for the windows and the sliding doors dilutes the execution of the architectural concept. And I'm referring to the guidelines, chapter 1. Oh, I meant to ask about the header material over the window openings, but I won't. So I missed my chance. The comprehensive design guidelines rhetorically ask in chapter 1 under mass and scale, the location, configuration of entries, prominent building elements and features should relate to the overall building concept as well as the neighborhood pattern, site configuration and slope relationship to street and corners. So I think, and it states differentiating the building with a hierarchy of architectural elements can assist in achieving a balanced proportional relationship to the surrounding context. So I would recommend that in order to comply with the comprehensive design guidelines, the first floor left bay balcony just seems very busy below the first floor balcony and pergola. So I would recommend solid railings in that area to make it less notable, as well as eliminating the upper floor pergola, because it would help the building's silhouette follow the line of the existing slope more closely. I feel pretty strongly about that. I would recommend that one, but preferably both of the second floor balconies on the two right bays be eliminated. Nearly every proposed opening facing the street has the exact same door type, which are existing sliding doors. There are 7 openings and they are being used in 4. So to apply a hierarchy, as you know, you might use 2 smaller windows above, a larger window below, something like that. I also think that the limited use of French doors in lieu of those sliders might add a little dimension that the current main elevation lacks. All of those openings together unfortunately create sort of an overbearing collection of railings and balconies that make the composition seem almost like a small apartment building rather than a single family home. In the design and the detailing, I would recommend that the wide brown band that separates the garage level from the stucco upper floors be deleted. It's not really a string course, which would be lighter, and that feature is too prominent. It's a big thick brown band. It's not shown. The plans are a little bit inconsistent, but it's between the garage and that first floor large balcony. There's also a header over that first floor balcony. It's inconsistently shown as being above the opening at the top of the opening in the drawings. So it looks sort of like an opening was put there, but the header is supposed to support the opening, as you know. And I would recommend that a straight-headed window, not an arch, at the interior stairwell be used to maintain the overall architectural concept better. Normally in this sort of design, I think it would be a narrower, more elongated window rather than the only arched window on the entire facade. I'm looking to see that the elevations are well designed in scale, proportion, and materials, and that the proper scale is applied. That's also in the comprehensive design guidelines. And I think that the straightforward geometry of the main design is diminished by that curved walkway, which sort of is a big swoosh in front, rather than a straight walkway that might have a landing and then go up from there. I think that the coiled turnouts and the very, very big 21-inch post light at the bottom, I recommend that the stairway be straight, and at the to delete the return, those curved returns, and use a square, more subtle representation of a newel post. As I said, the post light is nearly 2 feet high. And I also think that a less elaborate carriage lamp being used for the other lamps that coordinates better with whatever the post light ends up being would be more consistent with the overall design. And I think overall it's pretty successful, but it needs some tweaks just to help it along. I hope that helps you make these considerations.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Smith. I was informed while you were speaking that we do actually have some callers that have come online. So I do want to reopen the public hearing, give the people a chance to talk. So I apologize that we are doing that in the middle of our comments. So go ahead. Let's go ahead and reopen the public hearing and take the first caller.
Yes, we have Mr. Joseph Ashby. Mr. Joseph Ashby, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Mr. Ashby, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. I'll put him on hold and take the next caller. Hello, Mr. Hike Mesropian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Mr. Hike Mesropian.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Mr. Mesropian.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, the system doesn't show us if they have hung up, so apologies.
Okay.
I'll take the next caller and come back. Ms.
Hi?
Nicola
Yeah, we don't
Montucci.
hear.
Ms.
We are all here,
Montucci,
yeah.
you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes, I'm here. Hello? Can you hear us, please?
Ms. Montucci.
Yes, I'm here, Nicola.
Ms. Annette Sherinian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Ms. Sherinian.
Yes. I am here.
Hello, Ms. Sherinian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello.
Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Hike Mesropian. You're live on the air.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Mesropian.
I can hear. Hello? Hello?
I'm
Hello?
assuming we're having a technical issue. So. And I saw that Lizette was on the call earlier. I don't know if she's still with us.
Lizette was on the call earlier to try to adjust another item on here. So 1 second, let me,
Hello. Can you hear us?
Ms. Montucci, you're live on the air with the Design
I'm
Review
here.
Board.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
There's
We
something wrong
actually,
with
oh,
your phone.
Mr. Ashbury, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Mr. Ashbury.
This is Mr. Ashby. Are you able to hear me? This is Joseph Ashby. Can you hear me? Can someone please confirm that you're able to hear me?
This is Annette. I can hear you, but I don't think the moderator can.
Hey guys, can you hear me? This is Hike.
It appears
hear.
that the GTV6 individuals can hear them, but it's not showing up live. So if you don't mind, if we can take a 2-minute recess to see if we can adjust this and get these callers live on the air. So one
Okay,
moment, please.
we'll take a
Thank you.
2-minute recess.
Thank you.
Individuals can hear them, but it's not showing up live. So if you don't mind, we can take a 2-minute recess to see if we can adjust this. Thank you. We are live on the air, and thank you for bearing with us. There was a technical difficulty in terms of none of us on WebEx here were able to hear the callers, but the callers are there, and I believe the viewing audience at home was able to hear them. So we will go back to our list of callers. Thank you again for your patience. So with that said, Mr. Mesropian, you are live on the air with the Design Review Board. Mr. Mesropian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Now we can. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for solving this. It's been, yeah. All right, so I have three concerns about the proposed project, and I'm the neighbor above the property, and you saw my house in one of the pictures. So as far as I know, the proposed retaining wall in the back of the house, the 12-feet one, needs more grading to accommodate the 14 feet, 7 or 9 inches. I'm not positive, but we have measured, and there is more grading of the bedrock that needs to be done to accommodate the current proposal. So, and the grading of the bedrock will possibly vibrate the whole neighborhood. And as you know, our houses above on Nolan are using the bedrock as our foundation. It's basically part of our security. So what are the and I don't see anything proposed in terms of preserving the landscape in such a way, the land in such a way that doesn't damage the slope uphill. That's my first concern. The second concern is the height of the retaining wall. As far as I understand, the 12 feet will not be able to stop the erosion, and the soil in the area is like sand. It's very loose, and it just over years you could see the soil just erode down to the property down. And what kind of measures are they taking to make the wall actually protect the erosion? And my third thing is the oak tree is quite young, and building the retaining wall from concrete blocks or the split face concrete blocks, when the tree grows older, the root system will it's not going to be able to withstand and will be damaged by the oak tree. So what are the precautions to keep the oak tree growing, not damaging the existing proposed wall, or going for the solid concrete retaining wall, which might actually kill the oak tree because it will not be able to grow through it? So those are my three concerns that I wanted to present here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, should we go to the next caller? Billy, I can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You are live with the Design Review Board.
Should I go ahead and speak?
You should. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Great. My name is Annette Sharinian, and I live in the home directly adjacent to this proposed plan. And I share a lot of Mr. and Ms. Robian's concerns as well. There are several large mature trees on this land that I'm looking at. In addition to the oak and the cedar tree, there's about 3 other really large mature trees that have probably been here for many, many years. And we're just concerned about disrupting that habitat and disrupting the stability of the soil. We're also concerned that the proposed plan is too close to our home and that there may be some miscalculations concerning the property lines. We have also all of the sewage pipes from the homes at the top of the hill, those pipes run through right between our home and the proposed plan. And there is very, very little space between the two homes. And during construction, we're highly concerned that it's going to cause some problems. And when they came here to do the land survey with the flags and the iron poles, they've already caused some damage to the piping, because we've noticed that there has been some liquid that's been leaking down, a large amount actually, and it's created some kind of solid, pulpy form that's been running down the hill that wasn't there before. So we see several problems. Concerning the oak tree, we read the letter from the arborist, which outlines that tree is not in the healthiest condition. So we're concerned that it's going to cause damage to an already fragile tree. And there is really no mention of the other cedar tree that is closer to the actual street. So we're also concerned about protecting that tree. And we haven't seen any plans to do so yet. And I'm trying to think if I missed. I think those are my main concerns. We do also have several windows that face the side of the home, facing where the proposed plan is. And we've looked at the plans for this new proposed home, and there will be windows that are facing our home as well. So we do think that there are some privacy issues there. And that's basically everything that I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your call.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Was there another caller?
Yes. Mr. Joseph Ashbury, you're live on the air. Mr. Joseph Ashbury.
Yes, are you able to hear me? This is Mr. Ashby.
Yes, we can hear you. If you can speak up, please.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members and city staff. My name is Joseph Ashby. I'm a homeowner for another one of the adjacent lots. My lot is connected at the corner to the lot of the proposed development. I have three main comments. First, the house is very close to the east. The proposed development is very close to the eastern edge of the lot. As the prior public commenter mentioned, there are pipes, specifically at least two sewer pipes, two stormwater pipes, and another pipe that I don't know which house or where it originates from that runs down between these two lots. And when they came a year ago to do the survey on the land, they disturbed the soil and the pipes had to be repaired. And now again, just while they're doing the setting up the poles and whatnot, the pipes were disturbed again and they have to be repaired, owing to the fact that the soil around there is very much like sand and is easily loosed. And so I would ask the design review board to consider requiring that the development have at least an additional 3-foot setback from the property line, so that over time, if there's a need to access those pipes, to make repairs to those pipes, that they remain accessible without issues in terms of them being crowded by the foundation, and also to ensure that if there is any sort of leak, particularly because some of these are sewer pipes for a public health matter, that it's better to identify that early as opposed to being hidden under a foundation. Next, this lot is a R1R zoned, which means the minimum lot size for a single-family house requires that the lot is at least 7,500 square feet. This lot, as measured by the applicant surveyor, came in at 7,566 square feet. Or if you look at the surveyor's report, you will notice in the southeast corner, it points to a rebar point that is there. That rebar is shown in that survey map as being within the lot. However, that piece of rebar was placed 5 years ago by a surveyor I had hired to determine the bounds of my lot when I had simply wanted to know what part of the hillside I needed to maintain after I bought the home for fire purposes. If my surveyor 5 years ago correctly placed that rebar, then the lot has not been measured correctly. And if the southern lot line is off only by 9.6 inches, then this lot would be too small to be built on under the R1R designation because it would not be 7,500 square feet. And so I would ask that additional time be provided so that the adjacent homeowners have an opportunity, or the city, if it is so inclined, to have another survey done so that it can be determined if the lot is actually buildable within the Glendale City Code, because it is very close. And if that rebar was placed correctly before, then it would suggest that this lot may actually not be large enough to be built on. The third comment I have is that for the rear retaining walls that are between 12 and sometimes they've been referred to as 15 feet, although they're behind the home, they would be visible from the street because of the slope of the street. So if someone is on Valentine or Cardigan, which are two adjacent streets right there that intersect with Nesmith, those streets are at a higher elevation. So if someone is driving on those streets, those retaining walls will be visible. And if the retaining walls are visible from the street, then they're subject to they should only be 5 foot high, not the 12 or 15. And if those retaining walls are only 5 foot high, the development as currently envisioned would not be viable. So I would also just reiterate or share that I have the same concerns as the first caller or the first public commenter in terms of potential for this development to disturb the properties on the hillside, because all of them are built on the granite and the foundations go down to the granite, and to the extent that there's a significant amount of bedrock that's going to be removed, so that the details of that are actually quite important in terms of allowing adjacent homeowners to assess that. So those are my comments. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your call. Are there any other callers?
Yes.
Yes.
We have one caller, Ms. Nicola Montucci. Ms. Montucci, you are live on the air.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Actually, it should be Ms. Nicola Montucci.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Am I live?
Please.
Can
You're
I
live
proceed?
on the air. Yes.
You don't speak Italian, Vilja.
I do, but if I speak Italian, probably you won't all understand me. Maybe some of you. That's a fun question.
Obviously, Jay would be able to.
Okay. Am I live?
Yes, you are live.
Okay.
You are live on the air. Please.
Wonderful. Thank you for your patience, first of all. I understand the situation, and the board has been wonderful in keep up with this COVID situation and with all the localized at home. So I am a homeowner of 412 Nesmith Road, which is actually the close property on the left of the proposed project. As previous comments have noted, there are some possible issues which can impact the structurability of the soil itself due to additional grading that will have, regardless, to be performed on site to create the 3 different levels of this home and the excavation of the garage as for the first and second level. This will for sure impact the position and the roots of the tree, the oak one on the north of the property, and moreover, the excavation that will have to be done in the south of the property where the cedar tree is, will have to take count of the dimension of the root as well. Moreover, our property, which is a house on the left, is directly facing this development. And as an architect myself, I understand the importance of the privacy and the views. And I believe they're one of the guidelines of the Glendale Building Code. So looking forward at their proposed plan, I see indeed that they are at the minimum allowable distance from our property line which from what they have noted is right at the edge of our wall. Unfortunately, when our house was built, it was in the 30s and there was different zoning code at the time. But it would be much appreciated if there is some buffer, considering one, the pipes of sewage, which has been noted by other commenters, moving toward the mountains, which are actually leaking. And second, I see that they are expecting, I think, a 10-foot distance between our property line and the left side of the property. But if we see a little bit closer, we could note that there is a fireplace and a bow window protruding toward our property. For my understanding, those two attachments are actually exemptions from the property line minimum distance, but they denote the fact that this property is actually looking all over ours. There is more space on the right of the property, so it will be suggested a more slide of the project towards that side, so we can have a little bit more buffer. Moreover, I can see that they are correctly proposing to do more plantations of vegetation of the site, but those ones are actually very, very close to our retaining wall and the foundation of our home. I have one retaining wall on the north of my property and one retaining wall inside my property. Both of them are very old and they are already suffering from the current presence of the trees. We have pretty much concerns of the compacting on the soil, further excavation, and the damages of possible further roots for possible planted trees that could harm and damage our property irreparably. Moreover, I see some probably is not very clear to me the way that the calculation of the FAR has been performed, because I see that they have applied correctly the 500 square foot deduction for the garage, but if we calculate the garage properly, it's not truly 500. On the plan, it states is 455 square foot. Indeed, if we calculated it more precisely, including the wall, is around 417 square foot. So we see some problems as well as one of the boards noted before in the amount of cubic square foot of soil that will be removed. It doesn't seem to really match up. And maybe, as one of our neighbors has noted before as well, there might be some incongruences with other surveys on the site, which state that the exact property boundaries are just a little bit more off. I think that's pretty much all I want to say. I appreciate again for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. We have one more caller, and I believe this is Mr. Haik Masropian. He called back again on the same project. So I'm not sure if it appears that he used his time already. So how would you like to proceed, Chair Welch?
Is it the same caller or is it a different caller from the same number?
It is the same caller. So it's Mr. Masropian. So Mr. Masropian, you're live on the air. Unfortunately, you already were given a time to speak. So
oh, thank you very much. I did not call to speak. I called to hear, and thanks for considering me again. I appreciate that.
to call to hear. All right. Well, thank you. Okay. Thank you. And that concludes our callers for this evening on this particular case.
Okay. So I want to open it up for board member comments or questions specifically to staff about some of their calls. I see board member Simonian. Go ahead.
How about my rebate, rebata?
Yes, I'll give you a chance to rebut. I want to give the board members a chance to ask some questions though first, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had one question as it pertained to the dimension on sheet A6. It seems as though from the center line to what is more or less maybe there's a 10-foot, 10.52 dimension plus 4.5 feet from the center line to more or less the property line. And I'm wondering if Bureau of Engineering has looked at the case and if they are going to ask for a street widening or street improvement, I'm wondering if staff could just quickly provide some details on that.
Sure, Board Member Simonian. We did have concern about the same question from the beginning when the case was presented to us. And that's why we started communication with the Public Works Engineering, the city, and they confirmed that there is not going to be any dedication required for the street widening for the subject project. And later on, when the project was submitted officially as a design review application, the case was routed to other departments, including engineering, and they provided official comments that there is going to be an easement, but there is not going to be any dedication for the street.
I see. And so the 4.5 foot dimension as depicted on sheet A-6 is the easement. Is that correct?
It should be the easement that, yeah, the architect is showing.
I see. And in regards to the double lines that are depicted at the edge of the 10.52 dimension, is that, what is that? Is that a curb cut or is that just the apron? Or is that the flow line of the curb?
I believe that's an existing curb, but maybe the architect can clarify that.
I see. Okay.
And on page A4, Board Member Simonian, it is labeled as existing curb.
Understood. Thank you so much for the clarification.
No problem.
Any other questions from board members? Ms. Chukai.
Yes, I had a question about a section of the code that I read where it says any project where the property has an average current slope exceeding 50% or where the grading exceeds 1,500 cubic yards, the review authority may impose conditions to address impacts related to construction and grading. And in that case, is that the design review board?
If so, but Mr. Mataitis may confirm that. Is it chapter 47? Is it chapter 47?
I didn't jot down the section, unfortunately, but I guess the reason, two-part question, another part of the question is, is it typical for residential hillside projects in Glendale to go through Department of Transportation? Do we even have that department? Is it a standard clearance for haul routes?
That's a good question. Not typically for single-family resident, but this project was routed to traffic and engineering for the commons, and we didn't receive major concern from both departments.
Okay, and then do they also become automatically departments that have to provide clearance during permit processing?
Yes, sure. They are getting involved. There are certain type of permits that the applicants need to obtain prior to construction.
Okay.
The fourth department.
Thank you. And then one more question. I noticed those sewer pipes when I went to visit the site as well. So there's no easement that's established on the side property line that we're aware of?
The Common Public Works is mentioning about obtaining permit and maintaining the easement for the sewer line, but it's not clear if it is the sewer line on the adjacent neighbor or it's sewer line on the street. Those details will be figured out if the applicant wishes to move forward to the permit phase. The detail will be figured out during the permit process. But at this point, I don't have that. I have detail from Public Works Department for the sewer line that the caller was mentioning.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, and Board Member Chagayan, you are correct. The Design Review Board authority, or the Design Review Board has the authority to add conditions related to impacts for projects that have an average current slope greater than 50% or that involved cut and fill grading greater than 1,500 cubic yards.
Thank you.
Okay, so since we did have callers, I will afford the applicant 2 minutes to respond with any rebuttal or answers or addressing any of the comments or questions raised by the board members. Go ahead, Mr. Nazarian. You're on mute at the moment.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, to respond to for the retaining walls for the protection of the oak trees, you have to notice that the retaining wall, it's a 30 feet distance from the rear property line. And that excavation, grading, and the construction of the retaining wall, it won't be damaged or impacted by these retaining walls. And even the front, the cedar tree, the building distance in that on the northeast corner of the property, that where is the garage is located, the garage building wall, it's about 23 feet back from the property line. And one of the condition in the beginning you heard about that we have to go to the arborist, submit our plans, they will review it and they will give us the condition to protect these trees. And the other trees on the lot, they are not protected trees. And the windows that we have on the east side facing the neighbor, it's about 11 feet from the property line. And I don't know that neighbor's building, it's coming all the way maybe to the property line. And I don't know the use of that space, which is too close to the property line. But again, facing to neighbors, we have just very two small windows. And our main view, main opening, is toward the street, which it did not interfere with the privacy of the neighbor. And floor area ratio, exactly, as you know, these days, everything it's been drafting by the AutoCAD version, and the square footage of the garage or the entire building, it has been calculated based on the Glendale zoning code, which is calculated from outside face of the building inside. So the floor area ratio, it's 100% correct. There is no doubt about that. And really, I don't have that much information regarding the piping, because on the survey map, it doesn't show, the survey that I have doesn't show any piping there. But anyway, if there is an easement, in the title, there is no easement recorded. And for the building permit, we have to go to the engineering department if they will ask to record an easement, or they will check all these, piping issues. If there is any problem, they won't allow us to have this, to build this project. And window, floor area ratio, piping. I think that is all that I have to tell at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will close the public hearing and we will resume with board member comments. So I believe we can go to board member Chagayan next.
Okay, thank you. So overall, I think it's a nice design, and I appreciate the effort to add details and keep a consistent architectural style for the Spanish colonial revival, and by adding rafter tails and the trim overhead. I appreciate the consistency. Of course, any hillside project is a challenge, especially something as steep as this hill, which was why I wanted to ask about the conditions that we're allowed to request. And one would be, I would say that that we put a condition of approval for, Department of Transportation, or to be able to verify and make sure the construction impacts, and also engineering, which I'm sure is going to happen regardless. Other than that, the retaining wall concern still stands in terms of, I believe they normally calculate the height from the bottom to the top of freeboard. And with such a steep hill and not seeing, the soils report, not knowing what is required as far as a freeboard goes, I guess you guys will cross that path when you're in plan check and dealing with that. I do have one suggestion in regards to the design, to try and break up the straight roof line of the hip roof, maybe introduce the gable face on the front side for the either end of the home, to try and give it a little bit more definition and character. And otherwise, unfortunately, I appreciate all the neighbors calling and their concerns, but it's out of our purview in terms of addressing those specifically in terms of either approving or denying the project. We're mostly looking at the design, but that's all.
Mr. Guine, did you have any comments relating to some of Board Member Smith's, like about the size of the doors, the railings, the curvy front staircase?
The curve of the staircase didn't, I can go either way. The windows, I would agree with Board Member Smith in terms of changing the sizes from the bottom level, top level. The curved window, I see that in Spanish homes, so it doesn't bother me either way. It's not anything in particular.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Simoni. We can't hear you, Board Member Simoni. Still on mute. There you go.
Yeah, the host had me muted. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the public calling in. Thank you for bearing with us as we went through our technical difficulties. But as the chair mentioned, it's very important for us to take the time to hear everyone out, and the testimony was very helpful. Several thoughts on the project. Overall, I like the direction of the design, and I like the attention to detail, especially as it pertains to the Spanish style and how the architect took the time to incorporate Spanish details into the design. An upslope home is not easy to design, especially a 3-story one. And in this specific case, there is a lot of undulation, interesting focal points, and I believe it is a good upslope design. In regards to the cut and fill matter, I still think it's a bit light. Do I think it's going to go over 1,500 cubic yards? I don't think so. But I just don't want the architect to get stuck later and have to come back. And so that's why I brought that up. But in any case, it seems like it's pretty far from the 1,500 mark. But that said, I wouldn't have really suggested any other type of site planning solution for the project. And so as I was thinking through this, the actual number didn't really bother me as much, but I was trying to really bring that up to the architect's attention to make sure, he pays attention to that. but site planning wise, I think it is well oriented. In regards to the design and the use of materials, I appreciate the wood clad windows. I also appreciate the stucco and the simplicity of not going with too many materials and just sticking with kind of the materials as depicted. Mr. Chair, you asked the other board members of their opinions. The circular entryway does not bother me. In fact, I think it's kind of refreshing. We're used to seeing a lot of rectilinear entryways, so I thought that was actually a positive. I do agree with board member Smith in that the railings on the second floor, especially on the right side, more specifically above the entry and on the right side of the entry, take away from the design. And if the second story windows, more specifically again, directly above the entry and on the right side above, turn to smaller windows as depicted on the bottom right window or immediately right of the front door, I think that would help the proportionality of the design. So that should be a minor modification for the architect, but I believe that will help tremendously. A lot of Spanish homes have a focal archway window, and so I don't particularly have any issues with that window. In regards to the orientation of the building and the separation, the 10 feet separation between the existing house and this house, R1R zone allows for a 10-foot setback, interior 10-foot setback, which they provided. Unfortunately, the home adjacent house is built right to the property line, and that's an issue. And those pipes are depicted on the survey, so they are there, and they're somebody's pipes. And if there's sewer lines, that's definitely an issue that's going to pop up between these neighbors. But in essence, there's a 10-foot setback, and so there maybe could be some sort of, although this board can't really stipulate that, but I would imagine there's going to be some sort of an understanding between these neighbors to not disturb those pipes. But it seems as though the neighbor is encroaching on this property. And I believe it would be a hardship for this applicant if we asked them to further step back their home, because they're already providing the 10-foot setback, whereas in the neighbor is not. And if we provided an extra 1 or 2 feet, I don't think that's going to help anybody. As I'm looking at the site plan, all there is on that side are the entry stairs. But I would like to see what sort of language we could craft in there for the applicant to take an abundance of precaution and to work with the neighboring property when they're grading and setting the footings for those garden walls to hopefully steer clear of those existing pipes. Besides that, I'm in support of the project, and I think it's well done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simonian. One question, Mr. Guyan had mentioned having one of the roof forms turned into a gable end on one side or the other. Did you have any feedback on that one?
I was trying to follow the thought process, but I didn't get to it. And so if she feels strongly about it, she could certainly bring it up again and maybe illustrate some thoughts. And I would love to kind of dig into it a bit more.
Did you want to respond to that, Mr. Guy?
I guess it's more of a suggestion. It's not strongly enough that it has to be a condition, but I was just thinking it would help break up that, the roof line overhang, and by introducing verticality of the walls on the sides to a gable instead, but just a suggestion.
I see. Well, I'm going to continue to look at those thoughts. Perhaps, Mr. Chair, you could go next, and then we could maybe address those questions during the motion period, perhaps.
Okay, very good. Yes, I will proceed to give my comments here. I largely concur with a lot of the comments made by some of my board members, fellow board members here. The only thing that new I will add is that there was a small detail where this veneer, rock veneer, sort of bisects a window and that stairwell, which it's a detail that it just bothers me. It sticks out as something that doesn't look natural and doesn't align with anything. And I'm also not a big fan of the curvy staircase. But you know, I don't feel terribly strongly about it. But where I do concur with Board Member Smith and Board Member Chagayan is these windows. I think especially the ones in the upper right, which are actually doors. They're of the same sort of size as the others, and you know, a more traditional Spanish-style design would have smaller windows, and they would preferably be more vertically oriented, not horizontally, like the case window on the ground floor. So I would suggest that those be reduced more to a slightly smaller scale, still with a vertical orientation, but not you know, the doors that are there. And the railings as well, I concur on that, as do several of the board members. So beyond those, I mean, I do think that the applicant has done a good job in terms of massing the site planning. I don't think I have really any complaints about that. It is an unfortunate condition that this 1930s house built next door was built right on the property line. I too observed those sewage lines and definitely raised a question to me about how that gets handled during construction, because it certainly doesn't seem like something I would want to have my sewer lines running above ground in the open like that. So beyond that, the notion of bringing a gable end forward, I like the idea of that. Actually, I think that it would help to break up the linearity of that roof line. So I'd be supporting of that at the very least as a consideration. The arched window, I also like having an arched window. That's very traditional. It could be narrower. You know, Board Member Smith makes a good comment that those are usually quite narrow, and given the composition of that part of the house, I think it could be narrower. But again, I don't feel terribly strongly about that. I do want to commend the architect for doing a nice, simple design for the front door. The garage door, I think, is a great application. So kudos on that. And that concludes my comments and where I'm feeling about it. So, Board Member Julian, yes, go ahead. You have your hand raised.
Yes, after further review, and thank you for allowing that extra time, I looked at the elevations and rendering, and I also think and agree about the roof comment made by Board Member Chagayan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments anyone wants to chime in with?
Can I please, this is Chris Agarty, could I please ask for clarification about the location of the gabled roof?
I don't believe Ms. Chagayan indicated a preference left or right. I think she said one or the other. Okay. I think I would prefer the left, but I'm open to other people's comments.
Thank you.
Okay, can somebody frame a motion for me with some additional conditions and considerations? Is that Board Member Smith's hand I saw raised? Yes, okay. Go ahead, Board Member Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I move that we approve the project with the conditions and so forth in the staff report, with the added condition that a front-facing gabled roof form be replace the I can only say left side bay, as well as but it would be at the same height as the existing, same height or lower than the existing or than the proposed beam on the main roof.
So it would be replacing the hip roof end with the gable end, correct?
That's what I understand the condition to be. The second is to reduce the height and width of the second floor windows and openings above the entry bay and on the bedroom number 3 side. And those were what I got from everyone put together.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Okay, this is the roll call. Board Member Simonian,
Yes.
Board Member Smith,
Yes.
Board Member Chaya,
Yes.
Board Member Minos is absent, and Chairperson Welch.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we are ready to move on to the Corona project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will start my presentation, so just give me a quick moment here. Okay, once again, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The item before you is 1248 Corona Drive. This is for a new 2-story, approximately 2,176 square foot single family residence with an attached 545 square foot 2-car garage. The project's generally located in the Adams Hill neighborhood. It's a vacant property, a little bit under 9,000 square feet. It has a steep upsloping topography, approximately 70%. It has a wide profile, and it's a shallow lot. It's zoned R1R, and the surrounding properties of the subject area is also zoned R1R. This slide here is of 2 photographs shown of 2 vantages of the subject property, demonstrating the steep slope and the general context of the property. Just to briefly go over the project's history, this project and its associated environmental review was reviewed 3 times by the board in 2018, 19, and then finally approved in 2020. And soon after the DRB's approval, it was appealed to the City Council. During March of this year, the City Council reviewed the appeal and remanded this project back to the DRB with additional considerations. So for tonight's review, it's for compliance with these 4 considerations and to recertify the M&D if the board sees fit. And just a quick review of the previous design. This is of the original design in 2018. This is of a 2,566 square foot with a 496 square foot garage attached. This was returned for redesign, mostly in concerns with massing and facade width. This is the second design reviewed by the DRB in 2019. This is, it was reduced by approximately 48 square feet, and shown in red in that red box is where the area of the previous design where it was reduced. This was ultimately returned for redesign also, once again, for the same reasons of massing and facade width. This is the third design iteration for this project. It was further reduced by approximately 219 square feet. And that area of reduction is shown in the red box over here. It was ultimately approved with conditions, and this version here was appealed to City Council. This is a rendering of the most current design that's going to be reviewed by the board tonight. Because it's been a while since the board's approval in 2020, I will briefly go over the project details, and soon after that, break into the council's 4 recommendations with staff's analysis. For site planning of the project will remain 2 stories. It has a total area of 2,176 square feet. It will have a 545 square foot 2-car garage that's attached. And it's configured with code compliant setbacks with 16 feet from the west, 12.5 feet in the north, 10 feet from the east, and 76 feet for setbacks to the south. The project will include 993 square feet of cubic yards of export of grading, and it will include vehicle access by a new driveway from an 18-foot driveway from Corona Drive. Overall, the 2-story dwelling will be built into the hillside of the property to follow the natural terrain, the topography of the steep lot. The second level is stepped back further from the street to reduce the appearance of the monumental structure. The project's flat and shed roof design is appropriate and for the scale and proportion of the building. Apologize here for the delay. And this is just the showing the brown lines here are showing the natural contour, and then the blue lines here are animated lines here are just showing how the profile of the property follows the topography of the lot. The proposed project, once again, is with a contemporary style. Staff believes the design is appropriate for the neighborhood context. The materials will include smooth stucco, vertical wood, wooden rain screen siding, and stainless steel railing system. It will include quality recessed aluminum wood-clad windows and aluminum frame store-foot windows that complement the design. Moving forward with the City Council's recommendations for this remand back to the DRB. Number 1 is to reduce the width of the dwelling facade by 15 to 20%. The applicant has reduced the length by 15%, which is 12 feet 4 inches of the facade, which has been eliminated from the first level, and mostly at the southernmost portion of the building. This slide before you is the previous design, which has a facade width of 82 feet 10 inches. Circle in red is the living area with the portions of the building that has been eliminated to comply with conditions number 1. And once again, this is of the current designs showing with the 15% reduction. Number 2 consideration by the board was to increase the setback at the street level, at the first level and the second floor by an additional 1 foot. The building has been set back 1 foot at the first and second level respectively, and the rear has not been, the rear impact wall still remains with the same setback. Consideration number 3 was to revise the color palette of the proposed home with natural colors that blend in with the hillside, use such as beige and brown colors. Overall, the quality and material colors for the building that are proposed are largely the same. However, a gray painted stucco has been revised at areas previously shared that was previously shaded in light gray. So you can see at the volume on the second level, it includes more of a gray, and then also around the garage. The 4th consideration was to change the finish of the garage door from acrylic look to a wood-like finish. The preceding garage design included a black anodized aluminum sectional 2-car garage door and has been revised with a 2-car garage door with a wood-like finish. The proposed garage door is still constructed of metal, but they have selected a brand that has an available ultra grain finish. I will allow the applicant to expand on the garage door detail if he or she feels it's necessary. And the 5th recommendation by the board is not really a design, but it was a condition for the environmental approval to require a performance bond for the grading to ensure completion of the proposed grading. And it's prior to issuance of grading permits, it's standard practice for buildings or Building and Safety Division to require it before any issuance of a grading permit to ensure the completion of project's grading. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Do board members have questions? Board Member Smith, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Mr. Joe, can you tell us the color, the proposed color of the standing seam metal roof?
I believe it's black, but I will check the drawing. Give me a quick moment here.
Thanks very much. I didn't see a color specified.
It does have a dark tone, and we can ask the applicant to clarify.
Other board member questions? No. Okay. Board Member Simonian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question more, I guess, for staff. We were copied on some emails. Vilya did, Ms. Zimatitis did provide us with some additional information, as in what the city attorney, Mike Garcia, recommended that we limit our conversation to the conditions as stated by staff earlier, and limit our discussions as these conditions relate to design. And I'm wondering how much, I guess, work has occurred with staff and the applicant to address these conditions. And number one, and if staff feels as though the conditions are satisfactory. And lastly, if our decision is final today and it's not appealable under city code per this special circumstance that's been created.
I can begin where staff has been working with the applicant. So I've been working with the applicants to clarify where they have done the reductions, the area calculations, producing diagrams showing us exactly how did they get to the 15%. How are they going to achieve the 1 foot setback? Oh, that was for the first condition. For the second one was giving clarification on whether it was the first and second level had to be reduced 1 foot. I got clarification from the city attorney, and it was 1 foot additional setback for the first and second level, which they did. In regards to the colors, now they changed the colors to be more of a dark gray. Particularly the recommendation by the city council does say brown and beige. You know, it does sound like they go with an earth tone. You know, can gray be found in rock? Yes. But if the board feels that the gray that they changed it to should be more of a brown, more true to what it's exactly saying, which it does say verbatim, a brown and beige. I think we should discuss that. In regards to the garage door with the wood grain appearance, I tried to fill in the gaps for the applicant for the garage door and went to the manufacturer's website. And I did have some discussion with the applicant on whether they can provide further detail. But most I can get out of it was, they do offer a wood grain finish or texture to these metal panels. And that's why I'm inviting them, as I stated during my presentation, to maybe expand a little bit more about these garage doors. And I'm hoping they can shed a little bit more light on that. And the last one, which is not really a design concern, no matter what, building safety is going to require that performance bond for grading. So it's going to happen if this project were to proceed and move into building permit process.
Thank you, Mr. Joe. By the way, I always enjoy your diagrams. I think they really help. The diagrams that you put forth, where you depict the distances, the dimensions, articulation of the facade, etc. It's very helpful. Do we have a material board for this that you could share?
Let me dig it up, and then I will, because I know not since the original, because most of the materials are pretty common. Ipe wood, stucco, standing seam roof, metal roof. I think some of the clarification areas that we've we probably want to talk about are the colors in the garage. But if you have any questions, we can definitely, I will try to pull that up and then maybe get the applicant to clarify.
Well, I guess more specifically, I'm looking at the rendering on page 21 of 22. Well, I've copied and pasted my PDF. Well, page 21 of 22 of the current plans as was uploaded on the city's website. And if you look at that on a PDF format, there is a rendering depicting the front of the house. And I'm wondering if the gray stucco and the gray stairs are the actual colors or as closely as you could tell. Now, that's where I wanted to just focus in on with my question. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, because that color does look a little different in the elevation versus the renderings. It looks lighter in color in the renderings.
And I may add, with my previous or my conversations with the applicant prior to this meeting, I did mention that I was going to talk about how the elevations still have a gray tone. And he pointed to his renderings saying they're gray. And I just said, if one conflicts with the other, we're going to ask for clarification. I have to go with what your plans say, because renderings are renderings. Someone can just say, you know what, the colorings did come out a little bit different. So I'm going to allow him to expand on that. As far as my analysis, I still went with the elevation.
Any other comments from board members or questions, I should say? Okay, so let us go ahead and hear from the applicant and give them 5 minutes to present their case. Do we have the applicant here?
Eliza, we can't hear you. You're still on mute.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now. Thank you.
So I'm the applicant, and just to address a few things, the roof, it's a darker color, and the garage door, it's wood, but obviously we're at the point now where we can make any changes. We really just want this project approved. So if there is any issues with the color of the material, we are definitely willing to change those colors. And so we have presented different designs, and we have been flexible in designing our home according to the feedback that we receive. As you have seen by the presentation, we made the house smaller. We've also provided different reports that have been able to give people hopefully peace of mind. We provided environmental reports, geotech reports, vibrations reports, and other professional opinions during the meetings that we've had in the last few years. We are presenting you tonight with the design following the feedback and the guidelines that we received from the city council members. And we are hoping that we get this approved tonight. This process has been extremely long, and by the time we get this design approved, we will have spent more money and time on the design approval process than most Glendale residents. Like I said, I feel this process has been very long and difficult, and unfortunately, the neighbors do not care for a beautiful and safe home. They do not want anything built on our piece of land, period. They would rather our vacant land be an extension of their backyard. I could continue to provide reports and redesign, and it would all be a waste of resources because the neighbors will never support this project. And I am hoping that the city and staff and the design review board members it could be the voice of reason and approve this project tonight. As I mentioned, the design enhances the neighborhood and is comparable in mass and scale. I feel that overall we are presenting you with a really nice design that fits the neighborhood really nice. And if you guys have any more questions, I'm available. Like I said, we are willing to make any changes. We just want our house approved at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do any board members have questions for the applicant directly? Board Member Smith, I saw your hand up first.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. I would like clarification on the color of the roof. Is it black or is it a darker color? What we were told was a darker color.
It's black.
Thank you very much.
Board Member Simonian?
In regards to the color, I'm wondering if the applicant could let us know if the color as depicted on the elevation A-3.3 is what they have in mind, which is the west elevation.
Yes, that's what we have in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. So let's see, do we have callers on the item? Okay, we'll get for a second. Really, no callers at all. Okay. That's interesting from this case. Okay, so yes, Board Member Chagai.
Sorry, I do have a question. I guess the rendering that Mr. Joe was showing us with the change of the garage door, I don't see in my packet. I just want to confirm that the ones I see are the acrylic garage door still. So it has been changed to address the comment from City Council then.
Well, I went to the manufacturer website, close pay, I forgot cause. It doesn't matter. I went to the manufacturer's website and they still mention design that doesn't really offer the wood grain appearance, but they did switch it to, they do offer in that manufacturers and they call it an ultra grain. And that's why I'm really offering the applicant to step in and talk about this, because really a garage material can really be changed. And I think it's really them to speak up right now to talk about it. But that's where I'm looking out right here.
So would the applicant please provide a little clarification on this?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, the garage door, we have to modify it. I think originally when we selected this door, they do make a metal panel with wood grain, but what we can do is just change it to a solid IPA door, grained garage door, so it'll fit the design a little bit nicer.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Follow-up questions?
Sorry, can Mr. Joe go ahead and read what the specific condition was by City Council regarding the garage door, please? One more time.
Yes, let me get back to my slide here for a quick second here. Recommendation number 4 was change the finish of the garage door from an acrylic look to a wood-like finish.
And Dennis, could we just clarify, acrylic look, if my memory is correct, meant there were going to be translucent panels in the doors? Is that correct? Or I'm not...
Yes, I think that's correct.
Clarified, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
so
correct.
The idea was the council didn't want this this the modern kind of glass door look, even though they're acrylic rather than glass, is proposed, and going with something more solid, solid looking like a wood type door.
Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Simoni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if staff could address the one last question I have about the process, and if this is the final hearing, and if this hearing that we're having tonight or this decision is appealable.
We're trying to obtain clarification on that if we haven't already, but we'll try to get it before the conclusion of tonight's, for this item.
Wonderful. And if we don't have that by the time, at least I'm providing my thoughts, I'd like to take a recess until that's provided, because it's such an important item for me. Thank you, Mr. Joe.
Board Member Smith?
Thanks very much. I was wondering, I know Mr. Joe is rushing to answer tons of questions. I looked up Clopay Avante garage doors. Did anyone else? Because they are multi-light acrylic, clear or frosted or this or that, but they're multi-light. They're the same door that was proposed before.
They do have many light configurations, whether horizontal, vertical. You're absolutely right. They did, the way I interpreted it, and maybe I did do it wrong, you know, they should get rid of the acrylic light, but we can definitely tell them, you know, I mean, they are getting the imprint with that Clopay website. They do call it an ultra grain texture to it. I mean, if we feel that's more important, or we need to get something that closely matches in texture and color, the board can definitely ask for it.
The Clopay website shows many different garage door styles, including some with wood grain finish, some with a more modern look with the side lights as they're proposing. So the Clopay company certainly makes a wide variety of garage doors.
Go ahead, Board Member Smith.
Thanks. The model that is shown in the drawings is Clopay Avante, and they are not solid. That's why.
Well, yes, and that would be well within your purview to say, fine, you can use the Clopay company's garage doors, but let's make sure that it matches what you've drawn and matches the goals of council. At least we know that that company does make doors that will match this, and obviously we'll have to have that changed on the drawing. So,
thanks so much, Mr. Platt.
And also, Member Smith, I do agree with you. I did look at the Avante category, or the Avante brand, or I'm sorry, I know it wasn't wood grain, but I know they make it in wood grain, and that's why, once again, I'm inviting the applicant. I'm hoping they speak up to this. That's all.
Okay, so just one more check-in. Any board member, any public comments, any public callers?
So our intention was to address the comments of the city council, and we went with the door that it was wood-like. But like I said, if it's not, I mean, I think it is more wood-like, and so we made that change with that intention. But if you feel that it's not, we can still change it.
Yeah, the same company or the manufacturer that we selected makes hundreds of different types of doors, and I know that their panels, we could actually select just a solid wood panel, and that's probably what we'll end up doing to satisfy the council's comments.
Okay, thank you.
We could do that as a revision on our resubmittal plan.
So hang tight. I do believe we might have some callers coming in. So we have 3 callers. So.
Yes, we have 3 callers at this time, and Ms. Sophia Estrada. Ms. Sophia Estrada, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, this is Sophie. I was hoping Dennis could put up my pictures, please.
I most certainly will. Just give me a quick moment here.
Thank you. Let me know when they're up, Dennis, because I can't see the TV.
Give me a couple more seconds here. I misplaced it. I had to get it back from the email, so I apologize.
Sure. I'll go ahead. Thank you, commissioners. The first two pictures that you will see shortly are mostly to demonstrate the erosion that has been happening in this strip of land for the past several years, which is what I had presented to the city council, and which is why they had doubt, and they also voted against this project. But later, the applicant hired a lawyer, and our decision was overturned. So you haven't seen these pictures, so I wanted to give you the opportunity to see the erosion that has been happening. We hired a drone, so that would be picture 1 and 2. The next consideration I wanted to make as soon as Dennis is putting the presentation is pictures 2 and 3, where 4 of the homes, 3 of the 4 homes do not have caissons or reinforcements. We are sitting right on the soil, and you can see on one of the pictures where one of the neighbors has reinforced his foundation with makeshift wooden pieces of wood to hold the foundation and hold the dirt from erosion. So what you see up there is so you can scroll, but picture 1 is the erosion that I wanted to demonstrate. Picture 2 is another example. Dennis, if you can just go to picture 3, please. And there it is on your left. You can see those wooden kind of steps that the neighbor has created, again, to prevent the erosion from his home. If we can move to slide 5, please. In this picture, I wanted to show you how narrow the street is, and we've had 2 cases of the fire department and ambulances having to come to pick up COVID people, and it made it very difficult for the fire truck to come up here. So what I would request is that the street not be blocked so that emergency vehicles can continue. We're still in a pandemic, and we noticed that if construction activity is present, then it will make it hard for the emergency vehicles. The last point I want to make is on slide 6 or page 6. The hillside guideline says that there should be a 25 radius from the nearest property line. This applicant hasn't been able to achieve that, and I'm not sure why nobody's asking about that. I've asked about this in the May 28th, 2020 DRB meeting, and nobody seemed to give me a good reason as to why the property line is only 10 feet away from the retaining wall when the hillside guideline says it should be 25. So that would be picture 6 and 7. And lastly, we're advocating for safety, and I know it's a beautiful home, but that's all we've been advocating for, the safety of our home. And I think that we have a right, and we're asking the city, what happens if there's a mudslide? What happens if their construction interferes with our foundation? Who do we go to? And those are some of the, I know the Design Review Board hasn't been able to answer those questions, but that's the reason we're here advocating for safety. It's a beautiful home. I know that you've put in a lot of work, but I also have a right for the safety of my foundation. I'm not on stilts. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Board Member Simonian.
Yes, I'd like to get some clarification here, because this case has gone on many episodes at Design Review Board. We're being asked from council to only consider very specific conditions, and I'd like to get some clarification from staff and also you as the chairman as to what the public should really focus in on. Our preview is very focused at this point on the conditions that council asked us to consider. And as such, some of the comments that were made with this last speaker are way beyond those comments. And so I just wanted to get some clarification because I don't know how many speakers there are, but we've over the years witnessed these, discussion points, testimonies. We're aware of the site. We're aware of the complexities of the site. We're aware of the context of the site. And so if you would please opine on that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I concur. As I understand it, the city attorney's office has determined that this is not a de novo hearing. We are not at liberty to try this case as though it were a fresh design presented to us. Our responsibility in this case is to judge whether the applicant has sufficiently met the requirements laid out in the city council's motion to remand the project back to us, in which they said basically, if the applicant meets these standards that we have applied at the discretion to the determination of the DRB, that the project should be approved. That is my understanding of the situation.
Yes, Chair Welch, you summed it up very well. So that is the direction from the city attorney, and that it was the direction from the city council in their motion to remand it back to the DRB. We have also received confirmation from the city attorney that your decision, the design review board's ultimate decision, can be appealed back to city council. So this would not be the final decision if appealed.
A lot of the questions were addressed by the neighbor in regards to construction road plans. Like a lot of these things have been addressed in the environmental document, geotechnical and so forth. But even though I'm not going to really go into it, but there has been a lot of answers to some of these concerns that are outlined in the environmental document. That has been posted on the web, and as well as is available for your review. But tonight we're just asking for you to review the council's considerations and conditions.
And I think it's been raised before, but the question from the neighbor about the 25-foot radius as being a requirement in the hillside design guidelines, that's a requirement for new subdivisions, not for a property like this. So it just isn't applicable to this, and we're following all of the rules and aspects of the hillside guidelines that apply to this site.
In particularly with written in the design guidelines under transitional slopes, it talks about the transitional slopes, which should not be covered by things additions in the future. So the way I read this is the building's addition shouldn't be going in that area in the transitional. So, but Jay's absolutely correct. The transitional slope being quoted is from our subdivision chapter of when a subdivision is being created in the city and hillside area.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I believe we had some additional callers on this matter.
Yes, we do. The next caller, Mr. Tim Jones. Mr. Tim Jones, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, thank you, Council. My main concern, or one of my main concerns, is the overall color of the structure. There aren't many houses in the area that are colored dark, possibly because this area gets a ton of sun in the late afternoon. It faces directly west, so they're just basically going to be running their air conditioner all the time. They have a jet black roof. Second is just the amount of times it's been reviewed and gone back to the city. I mean, that's just a sign to me that there's so much opposition to this structure, neighbors notwithstanding, which the applicant clearly has disdain for. But there's just no, I don't know. I'm not on the design review board. I don't watch the meetings, but I like every meeting, but I would think like this is quite an anomaly in regards to the length and the amount of times that this has gone back to the review board, just because of the strange location. It's a very difficult location to build on. And if it were divided, it seems like if it were divided now, it wouldn't be allowed per that gradient rule. Other than that, I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your call.
And the last caller we have is Mr. Javier Estrada. Mr. Javier Estrada, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, I want to thank you, members of the DRB, for your time. I'm here to advocate for the safety of my home and my neighborhood, building on this highly sloped lot, which was hobbled together from 3 smaller lots. It's fraught with danger in the short term, during construction, and in the long run by compromising the remaining hillside. The second thing I want to leave you with is the conflict of interest that has been demonstrated between this geologist on this project and the city council. This situation casts serious doubts about the data presented by said geologist on this project. What is needed here is an impartial review of the data presented. I want to thank you for your time, and I just want you to think that if you were living here and somebody was going to dig out from underneath your house, wouldn't you guys be concerned also? That's what I want to leave you with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your call. Okay, so just to confirm, there have been no other callers. Okay, so we can allow the applicant, if they want, like 2 minutes to offer any final thoughts or rebuttal to any of the calls.
Yes, I think the safety and the geologists have addressed the stability of the mountain. One of the things that they mentioned is that if we put a structure in the mountain, it's actually going to be safer because it's going to hold back all the dirt. So that, that shouldn't be a problem. And we've given them a lot of different reports and professional opinions to address any concerns that they've had. So we're hoping that they're okay right now. Like I mentioned, when it comes to the door or the materials, we try to address the concerns of the city council. And because at this point we just want our home built, and so that's why we're willing to literally do almost anything or any color, any material. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we can close the public hearing and move to board member comments. And again, just please bear in mind, our purview here is rather limited. The city council, city attorney's office has weighed in on this. So our responsibility here is twofold. One, we do have to adopt the mitigated negative declaration. And then secondly, we have to determine whether or not this guideline, these changes have met the guidelines as laid out by City Council. So with that, I would like to call on Ms. Chagayan to lead us off in our discussions.
Thank you, Chair Welch. I do want to just address the neighbors that did call and have their concerns. As Chairman Welch stated, our purview is limited to specific scope from City Council that we have to address. So with that said, with the 4 conditions listed, 15% reduction, I believe it's been met. The additional foot setback, both on the first and second floor, I believe it's met. The colors, I don't believe were addressed specifically to the brown and beige that City Council requested. So I would say that is still outstanding. And the garage door, although in the rendering appears to be met, the call out is still referencing, you know, the acrylic. So we would just need to address that and make sure that it meets the conditions that City Council requested. That's pretty much all I can say, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Simoni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what a process this project has gone through. I distinctly remember every time the applicant came in front of us, and there were several times that I just really enjoyed the applicants speaking, sharing their thoughts, because there was just so much enthusiasm, right? There was just so much passion for this project, for this lot. They just wanted to build their home. And then year after year, they would get delayed and they would, you know, go through the process. And because of obviously everything we've discussed, it's a very unusual lot. It's a very unusual condition. And one really could absolutely understand all the neighbors and all the issues. And at the same time, this property owner does have a right to build on this property. And they have just done everything in their power along the way to try to accommodate the different conditions that were placed upon them. And every time I would just see them get a little more worn out every time. And then they finally ended up in council, and then there was this unusual step to bring it back to DRB with this limited scope, which I guess our decision is still appealable, which is heartbreaking. I really feel bad for the applicant and the community and everyone going through this process. As depicted, and as the project was depicted to us last time, it was approved. We did state some conditions. And I got to say, along the way, at every time there have been conditions, it has been scaled back. It has been reduced in mass and bulk, and its frontage has reduced. And there's just been a lot of revisions, but the project has improved along the way from its compatibility point of view and how it fits onto the site. Now, the modern design isn't for everyone. I could absolutely understand how there are portions of the community that do not prefer the modern style. That in itself, as an example of modern design, it is well designed. It's a neat little home that's been designed on this lot. And if you just take the surrounding context away, you would say, well, they did a pretty good job anchoring the project onto the site. And they did a pretty good job conforming to the surrounding area. But once you start looking at what's above it, around it, the narrowness of the street, you absolutely see the other side as well. But here we are. Now it's back to us again with this very limited scope. And so I guess I'll address my thoughts as well, as has been done already by my fellow board member. Has the mass and scale of the property been reduced 15 to 20% as depicted? Yes, it has. Now all we have on the right side of the home is an outdoor area. I would further add that if we condition some landscaping to be placed in front of the deck on the right side, just in the area where the mass was reduced on the lower level, there is an open deck as depicted on sheet A2.2, and if they just add landscaping along that wall, then when you look at the rendering as depicted on at the end of the package, you will not see the wood veneer as much, and that right portion will be camouflaged. So I think that would further enhance and reduce the mass and scale, and would absolutely meet the condition number one. Number two, I believe, has been addressed. They've scaled it back a foot. It was very prescriptive from City Council's point of view, and the applicant has done so. Number three, there has been discussion, and we are moving forward with we're moving forward considering the color elevations versus the rendering. So I'm looking at sheet A 3.3, and to me, the majority of the building, everything itemized as keynote number 2, which is smooth stucco, is more of a taupe, and it's a darker taupe, and I actually think that's an earth tone color, and I like it, and I think it does fit in. And I would basically stipulate that the concrete stairs move from a gray to a taupe color or a dark tan color, and I don't think the applicant is going to have any issues with that. In regards to the garage door, as depicted on A 3.3, I like that style of the door. I have no issues with the clear glass, and we should add a condition saying that the texture and look of the door shall have a wood finish to it. In regards to condition number 5, I'm a bit confused, I guess, because I last time, I think when the project was approved by DRB, the environmental approval was also granted. And so has there been changes to the environmental aspects of the project that we are reapproving, or are we just reconfirming what we've already approved? So those are my thoughts on the first 4 conditions and my questions to staff on number 5. I'll conclude with just letting the applicant know we absolutely understand what you're going through. We feel for you. At the same time, we see what the community has issues with as well. And we're hoping we have some finality to this long-winded marathon that I don't think any applicant should go through in our city. Thank you.
If I may,
thank you.
Answer Board Member Simonian. Long story short, since this project has gone to the City Council, the only thing that's been added was a vibration report that analyzed the equipment used and its potential to discover potential impacts to the surrounding properties in terms of its construction. They did use the Federal Transportation's thresholds because the city doesn't have any thresholds for vibration, so they use those thresholds. If anything, the conclusion of it just clarified and echoed why the M&D still stands. Now, because they reduced the size and scope of the building, it doesn't really affect or expand the scope of work, so it doesn't affect the environmental impacts as far as grading. If anything, it may be potentially a little bit less. So to answer your question, there are no changes to the environmental. If anything, I think that's just more of something to state and just to reiterate and echo that bond is going to be required, and it's standard for building safety to require for grading. So I hope that answers your question, Member Simonian.
But just to be clear, we are being asked to have a vote on adopting the mitigate negative declaration again tonight in this hearing, correct?
That's correct. And as Mr. Simonian said, it was correct. This project was approved and the M&D was certified. The project was approved. They did mention some things about the environmental. So we're being asked again to, okay, we're going to approve and recertify, just for the record.
And regarding the garage door, before the other board members weigh in, I in hindsight, I wish that the council hadn't said wood grain necessarily, because I think a painted or a, you know, an anodized or a powder coat finish would be just fine on a door like this. I'm a little concerned if the board isn't specific about trying to get the garage door to balance or match or contrast in a certain way with the Ipe wood, we could have kind of an ugly juxtaposition. So if board members can just give that some thought to see if you would like to see this actually be an Ipe clad door to match the wood that's on the house, or something that would provide a suitable contrast. But I can see something bad coming out of this if we don't get specific. So.
Okay, point well taken. Yeah, board member Simone, did you want to continue further?
I have two suggestions as far as the garage door. And when a project has gone through this long of an history, where we've dealt with so many massive issues as it pertains to the development of a very unusual, small, awfully steep site, and we are now talking about the garage door finish, I think that's something to just step back and kind of just chuckle and say, what is happening here? But I understand Mr. Platt's abundance of caution as far as what we've gone through. So I agree with his process. I am more than willing for staff to bring up the website and we pick a door from that specific manufacturer and say, this is the door we go with. I'm also okay with saying the existing design as depicted on A3.3 shall be clad with some sort of an Ipe wood veneer. I'm okay with either one of those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And board member Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I have looked at this as you have very closely and looked at the council's conditions of May 9th. I do see as and agree with my fellow board members that the scale and mass and the 15 to 20% to make it less monumental has essentially been met. I think that one is a yes. The increased setback at the street level by 1 foot, according to the plans, has been met. Where number 3 says revise the color palette of the proposed home with natural colors that blend with the hillside, such as beige and brown colors, I will say I compared both finish schedules and it was not revised except for the stucco color at 1 bay being changed from light brown, which is what council directed, to dark gray. The concrete that's proposed is light gray. The downspouts are somehow off of the plans. They were going to be dark gray as well. It was the keynote finish number 4. I'm struggling with the term earth tone. I can find it both ways. I can find where some people right now consider gray an earth tone. Gray is not what council directed. So I think it's pretty clear. Merriam-Webster defines it as any of various rich colors containing some brown. Comparing those two finish schedules, the roof, as you know, I was asking about it, the roof being described as a darker color was, I will tell you very candidly, was irritating because it was sidestepping the question. The roof is black. The design guidelines for hillsides under D, finished materials, number 6, say materials should be utilized that reduce the transfer of heat into and or out of the building. A black roof doesn't do that. Comparing the finish schedules, there's the loss of the light brown color. Now the cable holders are shown, the uprights are going to be black. Number 8, which is the garage door, just has some hinky words that say wooden door appearance, but that model of door is not what council directed. Council was reasonably clear, and it's still a door with acrylic panels. I think it's very unfortunate that these people who seem very nice, part of the reason they've come back so many times, I think, was a lot of public sentiment against their project, but also I have seen in my few years here at DRB not following the direction provided, and that's a problem. So the garage door, so the color palette was not revised to meet what the council said on the 9th of May, and the garage door does not meet their condition. Number 5, I will say an Ipe wood clad door would be entirely preferable to the wood-like finish. I think there's a question of meeting the requirement and there's a question of doing better than what the requirement is. And if what we had received was an Ipe clad door, I believe that the requirement would have been satisfied. As proposed, the revised plans, which is what we're reviewing, do not meet conditions 3 or 4. As to condition 5, I will note that we weren't giving any direction other than, yeah, that'll get taken care of. I looked it up. The city of Glendale does require a performance permit bond for grading, so I believe that is moot. The conditions that were provided to the applicant were clear, as my fellow board member called it, prescriptive, which is very clear, and simply worded. The applicants are very nice. We're not making a judgment on whether or not they're nice, whether or not they earnestly want this house built. But what we received doesn't meet 2 of the 4 conditions. We've been asked to decide whether or not this meets 4 conditions essentially, and it doesn't. So I'm sorry to say, as proposed, what we're looking at on the plans does not meet the.
We think does come close to what the board said. It's possible that there was just an error in leaving the former model type of this company's doors on the drawing. That's a possibility. And earth tones are subject to judgment, and reading definitions myself, they can go in different directions. So I would think that I just want to emphasize that the board can put conditions on this project, even given where we are through the council process.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Board Member Smith. Can't hear you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to respond if I may. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So the finish schedule is the exact same words that were on it before. Only the words wooden door appearance were added. And I don't know how to say this any nicer. It's pretty underhanded because it's not what's proposed. It's not a finish that's offered in the Avanti, and it's not what we asked. It's not what council asked for. Also, as to the colors, the color scheme was not revised. So as I said, those were 2 of 4.
Okay, understood. I'll chime in with my comments now. And I will echo some of the comments made that the tenacity of this applicant is pretty admirable. It has been a long journey. I was certainly one of the people who thought that the designs along the way were out of character with the neighborhood because they were so long. I think that's a feature of this site plan. They could do nothing but do that. If I'd had my druthers and could go back in time 3 years, I might have had some other suggestions in terms of breaking up the massing here, interior courtyards, things like that. But we are where we are at the moment in time, and this is the design that we've got to work with. I do believe it is improved. I think Board Member Simonian is correct in summarizing that over the years that this design has progressed. It has improved over that time. I believe that it meets the spirit of the request from council for the condition number 1 and the condition number 2. I also agree with the other board members that conditions 3 and 4. We have to do a little work here in terms of putting in some conditions, because I don't believe that it meets the spirit of the request to change and lighten the color palette. And I think we should just firm up what we're going to do on the garage door in terms of a condition. But beyond that, I believe that we can move the project with those clarifying conditions applied. So would anyone like, okay, Board Member Simonian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I absolutely appreciate Board Member Smith's comments, and I agree with them. So what I ended up doing is I looked up Bears Metal. They are a metal company that do metal roofing. I actually just emailed Vilya the colors that Bears Metal comes in, and I picked 2 colors. And I'm going to ask her to pull it up and when she's ready. And I'd like to suggest one of those 2 colors for this home. Now, I did it somewhat quickly, but I think I'll work pretty well. It's an unusual step, but I just need to provide some clarity here, and that's one way. The other is, let's just go one step beyond and say the garage door shall eliminate the lights, the glass, and shall be a high quality Ipe wood veneer garage door. I think then there should be no issues with our thought process, and with those conditions, staff should be able to work around and work with staff. Those are my thoughts. Now, I'll leave that up to you, Mr. Chair, if you think it's a good idea for Ms. Simazidis to pull up that color, or if the other board members want to see that color. If not, I can make a motion.
I think that it's fine. Ms. Mattis, are you prepared to share your screen and show that yet?
I would be happy to do so. However, well, you will see when I share the screen what is happening. So.
Okay.
How do you spell the company's name, Mr. Simonian?
Here you are. This is what I'm sharing. However, when I try to scroll through the colors,
right,
you'll notice.
I think it was more towards the bottom right. And so I picked Hearthstone and Sable Brown.
Sable Brown is right here.
I figured it's an earth tone. It'll match the taupe color. It's a bit darker. It won't stand out. The other idea is the Hearthstone color.
So these would be the 2.
Hearthstone would be a little lighter, a little more reflective for the homes above it.
I think as long as we have, there's some contrast between the wall color and the roof color, I would be okay with either of those.
We could go to La Habra stucco right now and pick a color for the stucco as well. Color palette.
What, I'm going to stop sharing my screen just for, forgive me while I.
Well, this is service.
I haven't seen this since 2007, and all the years I have not ever seen this. But we're going to take this unusual step and provide finality for this applicant.
I hope no one gets used to this, but in this case, it seems appropriate.
And I will share the screen one more time. Here you are. These are the premium colors and the standard colors.
So if you go to the top, if we go to the premium colors, Vilya, at the top right, I mean the item second from the right on the top, or second from the left on the second row.
Either this would be Coral Gables, where my mouse is currently, or Charleston.
I think those 2 colors are pretty close to the decomposed granite colors of the hillside. They'll match. If we go with the bottom row where you have your cursor, that along with the darker roof color, which I believe was the sable brown, will provide contrast. That's my thought.
And in terms of the stucco, are you only looking at one color or possibly two? I can't remember if they had some of the volumes called. I agree, two probably.
If you'd like to go with the top right as an accent color, maybe as a base, if there's situations, that's right, where Ms. Zimazidis currently has her cursor, which is the second from the right on the top row, could be more of the accent color or the stairs going up, whereas in the building could be the second row, second from left.
Actually, I would like to stop sharing and I will do a few screenshots and combine this together so that you can see the colors.
Okay, but I think if I'm taking my notes, I've got the Charleston color from the bottom row for the body of the house, Coral Gables for the accent, and then are you giving the applicant the choice between sable brown and Hearthstone for the roof, or do you want to specify? It might be best when we can look at those together to just see if there's any reason to go one way or the other.
Yeah.
I am bringing that up shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Zimazidis, for working with us. I know this is unusual and we appreciate your ability to multitask here.
One second.
Just for, if anyone could verify the spelling of the roofing company, I couldn't get that. The B-A-R-R-A-G-E or?
I will have that in.
Looks like it's Berridge, B-E-R-R-I-D-G-E.
Berger, B-E-R-G-E-R.
That is correct.
Copper Shop.
Berger, okay.
Okay, and with that said,
I think we should, if that company is called Berger Copper Shop, if there's, I assume it's not going to be a copper roof. I don't think it would be fair to force an applicant to put an expensive copper roof on. So I'll try to look that up while we're talking. Or
I don't think it is, Jay, but it's good to verify.
It actually does say Copper Shop, Old World Style Copper Gutter and Downspout Accessories.
Yes, what we could do is take those two color references and apply them to other companies and come as close as possible.
They have regular metal roofs. I've used them in the past. It's not just copper. They do have copper as well, but I just quickly went to that. That might be just for the gutter colors, but there's a roof color that's very similar, if not identical, for metal. But staff could verify that.
Well, I see a green roof that reminds me of a couple of houses in Glendale that I know.
And these, apologies. I'm not sure if you're seeing the entire screen or not.
We are.
And apologies. There you go. So it would be either Coral Gables and Charleston. for the stucco or sable brown and Hearth stone for the roof?
I think Mr. Simonian's original thought about the Charleston as the base main color and the sable brown, I think will provide the right level of contrast, in my opinion.
I agree as well.
Would you like me to stop sharing my screen now?
I think we're good unless anyone has any other needs to continue seeing. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I think we are ready for someone to form a motion, please.
I move, if I may, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the project and more specifically, per the 4 conditions plus the 5th condition, as stipulated by City Council. I'd like to propose adding the condition number 1, applicant shall provide additional landscaping at the edge of the open deck to further camouflage the outdoor area of the house from the street. Condition number 2 is fine, as stated. Condition number 3 shall be modified with the color selections we so laboriously discussed. Condition number 4, in regards to the finish of the garage door, that condition will be reinstated that elevation A 3.3 will be revised to depict a garage door without any windows, and the garage door should have a high quality Ipe wood veneer finish to it.
Board Member Simone, to further clarify, can this motion also include to recertify the MND to avoid the redundant roll call?
Yes. Yes.
And just to be clear, there were also 2 conditions that were amended to the staff report. Condition 1, in lieu of the hydro seed landscaping proposed at the southern portion of a mix of California-friendly ground covers and shrubs shall be incorporated with the landscape design. And then number 2 is related to the bond, which is already incorporated into that list.
And apologies, but the environmental would need to be acted upon first, and that would need to be a separate motion. So if you would like to make a motion to readopt the mitigated negative declaration, and we would take a roll call, a motion and a second at that time for the environmental, we can then proceed with the approval with conditions as a separate motion.
Correct. That was a motion as modified by Chairman Welch. And so we'll put that aside for 1 second. And so my initial motion is going to be to adopt the environmental report as depicted in the staff report.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, this will be rolled to adopt, recertify the MND. Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Board Member Smith?
Aye.
Board Member Chagayan?
Yes.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 4-0. And this is going to be for the design review approval with the stated conditions and previous conditions as verbally voiced in the record. Board Member Simonian?
Actually, Mr. Joe, I don't think we've gotten a second yet on Mr. Simonian's motion.
Oh, thank you.
I second that as well.
Thank you, Member Chagayan. So this will be roll call. Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Board Member Smith?
Yes.
Board Member Chagayan?
Yes.
And Chair Welsh?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Okay, I would like to suggest we take a 5-minute recess here to take a little break, and then we can recall Board Member Minas to the meeting, and then we can resume in about 5 minutes. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, we have resumed from break.
So we are back. Okay, let us move on to the next item on the agenda for 1362 Linden Avenue. Mr. Joe, you're muted.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. As technologically savvy, I think I am, I still run into issues here, but thank you for pausing for me. But yes, good evening, board, chair. The next item before you is 1362 Linden Avenue. The project is generally located at the northwest portion of Glendale. It's on a lot that's approximately 8,218 square feet. It's located in the R1 low density residential zone. It's surrounded by similar R1 zones. Next slide before you are photographs taken from the street of the subject property.
We've lost you, Dennis.
Sorry about that. Yeah. I apologize. The applicant overall proposes to demolish a detached two-car garage in the rear and to construct a new 750 square foot detached two-car garage, which will have an attached workshop, and to construct a 223 square foot front addition, as well as a 422 square foot rear addition to the existing one-story building. The slide before you is of the site plan. On the top, that's the existing, and the demolition of the garage is shaded in red. And on the bottom is of the proposed site plan. Shaded in blue are the additions. Overall, the project maintains the prevailing street front setback of the neighborhood. The additions, once again highlighted in blue, are code compliant with street front and interior setbacks. Staff does have a single comment in regards to the front entry, which staff feels the stairs should be reduced in width and simplified to balance the modest scale of the building and to complement the entryway pattern of the neighborhood. Continuing with site planning in terms of landscaping, a single myrtle tree will be planted in the front. And at the side yards and along the driveway, the project includes additional shrubs at the sides. And as a consideration, staff is recommending that the existing turf at the front yard, shaded in brown, should also be replaced with a variety of California-friendly ground cover and shrubs, similar to whatever, or even better, it's on the side yards and along the driveway to enhance the curb appeal of the property. And just to give you a glimpse of what the proposed project is doing to the floor plan, on this here slide, shaded in blue and green, are of, once again, the additions. And this will accommodate a double door front entry, a modest office, a small kitchen pantry, a modest kitchen towards the rear of the front addition. And at the rear of the dwelling unit will be for a his and her closet and a master bedroom and a minor expansion of the rear bedroom. Apologize here for the delay. This is the elevation of the proposed project. If I might guide your eyes to the top right-hand corner of the existing site plan. The existing building facade is broken into multiple volumes and is staggered, as you can see in the yellow jagged line. I know it's a little bit small, but I may focus on that. And this staggered footprint does accommodate a modest front entry patio at the front, a side-facing front entry door, and an interesting roof design consisting of 3 consecutive gables. And just to demonstrate what I'm speaking about for the existing house. You can see the street view on the bottom right-hand corner. And once again, guiding your eyes to the site plan on the top right, the applicant is proposing to square off the staggered footprint of the building with a 233 square foot addition in this area is shaded in green on the floor plan. I'm sorry, on the site plan, which will present a flat, unarticulated street facade with a single large gabled roof configuration. Staff's opinion is that the boxed addition detracts from the city's design guidelines, which calls for a project to be appropriately designed in scale, proportions, and roof configuration. In lieu of squaring off the front facade, staff recommends the condition that the front addition is to be recessed and pushed further away from the street. That will break the flat wall appearance and break it into a separate volume, as long as with a more interesting roof design. Overall, the cladding material for the project will include smooth stucco, half timbering at the street-facing gable, a brick veneer base, and a metal shake roof. A condition is recommended for the brick veneer along the south elevation along the driveway, which is the middle elevation that says right side elevation, is that the brick band should terminate at a logical location, which would be at where the porch begins. Staff is recommending that it does terminate at that logical stop. And additionally, the project will include windows of quality material such as wood and aluminum clad wood that's recessed in the wall. Staff did discover a minor discrepancy on the drawings with the tripart windows at the street front facing facade, as you see on the left of the front entry, were indicated on the window schedule as being existing. Staff just wants a clarification prior to plan check submittal that the window schedule is updated, that these windows as presented on the elevation are included with the plan check so that the project does include what the board sees tonight. And last, the new front entry, as you can see in the front elevation, is designed with an iron double door front door. Staff is recommending a condition for this front entry to be simplified with a more traditional style that complements the overall style of the building, such as a panel door with side lights in lieu of a double door. Overall, staff does recommend approval, and I'm briefly going to go over the 5 conditions and the 1 consideration. The first condition is the front addition is to be recessed and pushed further away from the street to eliminate the flat wall appearance. Update the window schedule for all windows to correspond with the proposed elevation. The brick veneer of the south elevation is to terminate at a logical location, such as the rear and side porch. The front entry door is to be simplified with a more traditional style, such as a panel front entry door with side lights. And the last condition is the entry steps should be reduced in width and simplified to balance and complement the entryway of the neighborhood pattern. And as a consideration, the turf of the front yard should be replaced with California-friendly ground cover and shrubs to enhance the curb appeal of the property. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Joe. Do any board members have questions? Okay. Board member Simone, go ahead.
Quick question in regards to the stone veneer or brick veneer that's depicted in the elevations. Do we have a material board depicting the exact kind of finish? Because it's hard to tell on the rendering.
Let me go through the packet really quick. I believe it should be in there, but and it might be on the plans. Give me a moment here. If you have any further questions, I'd be happy to answer those as well.
Board member Chagayan?
Yes, while Mr. Joe's digging that up, I was wondering if the existing wood gate that's called out as being relocated is in fact covering up that new AC unit. A little hard to tell in the driveway.
Yes, I know the driveway has an odd configuration, and I believe they're reusing the existing curb cuts where it does go straight in and it doesn't make a strange angle and it comes around. So they're reusing that. But yes, I do believe it's outside of the AC unit will be. Is it an ideal location to put the AC unit adjacent to the garage? Probably not, but I understand your concern.
Any other questions while he's still looking there?
Just improvising here. The existing gate is a very plain dog-eared wood fence, which could stand to be upgraded along with the rest of the facade if the board is inclined to add a condition for that. I hadn't seen that before.
I'm going to defer, and maybe we can clarify with the applicant in regards to the brick. Whether it's going to be a full dimensional or face brick, but I'm going to continue to look at this.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing and give the applicant 5 minutes to present the case. So whoever's going to speak for the applicant, please go ahead and commence.
Hi, my name is Amado Landin. I am the designer of this project. And just to answer the last question about the brick, that's going to be a face brick. And the color, unfortunately, I couldn't find a specific sample because I'm looking at the websites and looking at the different patches that they had that I could show. It looks like the color varies a little bit. So, but I can tell you it's a combination of a soft gray and a beige. So it's it matches well with the colors that we're providing. Now, as far as the design, I know there has been a requirement for some kind of modulation, which I tend to agree with this. The modulation is something that I try to incorporate into any design. However, my client wanted to maximize the front, the space for his living room area. And that's why we ended up with this squarish front. And doing some research with the street, I found out that there are plenty of houses that have a similar look, where the whole width of the house is basically a flat front, right against the front setback. And I can give you addresses if you want to, but also the double door. I also found at least 5 or 6 homes on the same street that use a double door in the front, and so it's nothing that's out of the ordinary on that street. Any other questions?
Okay, are there any questions from board members for the applicant? Mr. Guy.
Yes, in your colored elevations, I'm noticing there are 2 different colors for the sash of the windows. Was that a mistake, or are you actually intending to use a darker brown and a lighter brown? And then also you have, it looks like white gutters and white railing. I just want to confirm that's accurate.
The color for the windows would be, the framing would be a dark brown. And so it may be that I didn't I had 2 different colors, but no, it should be just the dark brown.
So for example, when I'm looking at the front elevation, it should be the one that's colored on the right-hand side, the
Correct,
darker
yes.
red? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Board Member Smith?
Thank you very much. Can you tell us if the proposed windows are true divided lights, or are they grids that make them look like divided lights?
It's according to what I know is that there would be grids that simulate divided lights.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Any other questions? Okay. Do we have public callers on this item? We do not have any public callers on this item. Okay. So with that, we can close the public hearing and move towards board member comments. And somebody who sat out the first three, Mr. Minas, would you care to start us off on this case?
Sorry, I would prefer my architect colleagues to go first because again, they're much better in architectural sophistication, taste,
Okay.
color, and everything else than I am.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I will call on Ms. Chagayan then to go first.
Thank you, Chair Welch. For the most part, I agree with all of the staff comments, conditions, particularly the one about the front facade. I think it's gonna just make your house much nicer when you have some sort of articulation. And whether you set back, I don't know actually whether or not you're at the maximum for your setback, whether you bump forward or recess in. If you have that option, I definitely think it's needed in this case. And I agree with the front doors. It just doesn't go with, I believe, the style. I'm having a hard time with the color palette choice. And it's not to say that I know it's sort of earth tone, and maybe it's just the way the rendering is depicted. And I was gonna spend some time trying to look up those colors specifically, but the charcoal gray roof and this like terracotta brown, and there's so much of a just, flat facade. It's not reading with much character and architectural, details as we would like to see. And the front steps, I agree, are a little bit too grand, and I know that was one of the conditions. I also agree that I wanted to see what type of brick was being proposed. So it's unfortunate we don't have that in front of us. And I do agree with Mr. Joe's comment and condition about not just arbitrarily stopping the brick and actually having it end in a thought out manner. The railing, I don't think you intend it to be this white color because the gutter seems to be called out as matching the exterior of the house, even though it's shown as white. So I would just say that I don't think white is the color choice that should go with the rest of the palette as designed. And if it is the darker window sash, maybe adding some trim along the windows is going to help add character to the house. I know I see you have the vertical sort of board and batten at the top of the gable at the front, but you have these sort of fake gables. Again, when you do that recess and actually use the roof to finish that language and vocabulary, I think it's going to help tremendously. I didn't notice, but I could have missed it, elevations of the garage. Was that part of the package? I apologize if it was, but that pretty much sums up my comments for now.
Elevations are on sheet A32.
Sorry, I see it now. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Smith, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So on the face of things, the first issue is that changing the style of a house from minimal traditional to a modern Tudor is going to be difficult to do properly. I see that your designer took great pains to do this, but I have some comments that recommendations that would be on top of staff's recommendations and conditions, because staff, I think, missed almost nothing in their proposed conditions. One, which is minor, would be to remove the shutters at the main gable in the center. They're not part of the style. They don't look like they're the right size. Unfortunately, they detract from the proposed design. I would do only as a consideration to consider deleting the half timbering at one or more of the lower gables, because it's really busy the way it's proposed. I'm going in not a very good order. I apologize. I agree with staff about the recommendation for a simple wood gate. I would recommend it be painted on the driveway. I agree about the continuing the brick and so forth, pending what the brick is, because I'm very curious what it should be, and it should probably be in the darker family that goes with the rest of this, not lighter as shown in the renderings. I would recommend the window at the south bay be reduced in height. It's a very small room, and it makes the elevation almost symmetrical, which a Tudor revival or a Tudor house never would be. So I think if that window were smaller at that south side, the design, once it's stepped back a little bit as recommended in staff conditions, would be more successful. The garage looks perfectly okay to me. It's set back pretty far. I would recommend that it have plain square windows rather than the proposed design that's like a stepped arch that doesn't really go with the rest of the house. I absolutely agree with staff about the front door style and being paired is just too much. That simplifying the entrance to a single leaf that's wood panels and a much less wide stoop or front steps would help. And I agree with my fellow board members regarding a darker colored railing at the deck in back.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Simonian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with my fellow board members. And I also believe staff did a very good job itemizing the conditions that would very much help with this design along. And so when I'm looking at or assessing the rendering as depicted on sheet 3.3, I agree with that the steps look monumental. I agree that the rectilinear shape of the facade, especially along the entry, could use some undulation. I agree with Board Member Smith that the timber siding in the upper attic area is odd. I agree that the shutters in the upper attics are odd, and I also agree with staff on the front door issue. I would wholeheartedly agree with staff conditions. I would suggest perhaps a shingle style of siding, like a hardy plank shingle style siding to just simply occur on the attic portion at the top instead of that timber look. That coupled with the stucco with some variety in color, I think would help. I think staff could work with the applicant to pinpoint and settle in on a veneer, whether it's brick or stone. The steps should be scaled back, and I'm sure the staff could work with them on that matter. Door, as staff recommended, should be modified. The windows could certainly be modified to be more holistically designed and match one another. I don't think the brown color is appropriate. Maybe a bronze color, dark bronze color or something. But in general, I support the project. I would urge adopting staff's conditions and then adding those additional conditions as been stipulated by my fellow board members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Board Member Minas, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, I also support the project. It's modest. It's a small scale addition, and it's not intrusive. The only concern that I have, recessing the front addition back because of the size of the addition to the front, which is like 200 some square feet, maybe we should limit the recessing to minimal so that, you know, the square footage will not be grossly affected. I appreciate the staff's report conditions. I also like to see kind of a downscale entry, including the steps and the door. And of course, with those conditions implemented, I think it'll be a good design. And I think the architect has done a decent job in, creating the mass to be humble and conforming with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Minas. For my part, I'd just like to commend the applicants for keeping the scale of this to a one-story design and not attempting to overscale this. I think that's respectful moderation on their part. But I do concur with all of my board members, the fellow board members. In the interest of time, I'm not going to add much more because I think it's all been said. Staff's conditions are entirely appropriate, and I support them. As well as some of the other recommendations that have been put forward. So with that, I'd like to ask one of my fellow board members to make a motion to move forward.
Excuse me, can I make a comment, please?
I'm sorry, we've closed the public hearing, so we really are going to be moving forward with this motion at this time. So okay, Board Member Smith, you've raised your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion that the project be approved with the following conditions. Remove the shutters at the main gable, delete the half timbering at one or more of the front gables. Oh, excuse me, and these are in concert with staff's conditions and recommendations. Use a simple wood gate at the driveway, reduce the size of the window at the south bay. I'm trying to skip the ones that staff had, and use the darkest color of trim for the railing.
Anyone have any friendly amendments to make to that, or is that in keeping with somebody that will second the motion? Board Member Simonian.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call.
I do have a motion by Board Member Smith, a second by Board Member Simonian. This is roll call. Board Member Minas.
Yeah.
Board Member Simonian.
Yes.
Board Member Smith.
Yes.
Board Member Chagayan.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair Welch.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, I believe we are ready for our final case of the evening. Take it away, Mr. Kiesel.
Good evening, members of the Design Review Board. Give me a second and I will share the screen. Can you all see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Whoops. All right, good evening. The last item before you this evening is, hold on one second. I'm sorry, my office phone is ringing if you hear that. The last item before you this evening is a preliminary review of a proposal to demolish the existing on-site development and construct a mixed-use project consisting of commercial uses at the Foothill Boulevard street level and 78 multifamily residential units above. The project is located at 3411 through 3437 Foothill Boulevard. Oops. Sorry, let me go back. The site is a parallelogram shaped, approximately 57,900 square feet, and located in the northwest corner of Foothill Boulevard and New York Avenue. The site has approximately 405 feet of frontage on Foothill Boulevard and 170 feet of frontage on New York Avenue. It is immediately south of New York Park. The site slopes up in a westerly and a northerly direction. All existing improvements on the site will be demolished as a result of the project. The project presently consists of 17,200 square feet of commercial development along Foothill Boulevard, 78 multifamily residential units. Some of those units will be SB 1818 affordable units and 208 parking spaces. Those parking spaces are located at grade and in a subterranean parking level. Driveways leading to the commercial parking spaces are located on both Foothill Boulevard and New York Avenue. Access to the residential parking is located solely from New York. The project is a podium structure across the site with 3 residential building forms above. The easternmost forms will be 4 stories. The westernmost form will be 5 stories. Catwalks at the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors connect each of the structures internally. Open space is located at the street intersection above it at the 2nd level and between the 2 building forms, or 2 of the building forms. And then the main residential lobby is located on New York Avenue. So let me just briefly go over the slides. This is the site plan. Foothill Boulevard is here. If you can see my cursor. New York is here. So the intersection is here. The podium is basically across this whole site, and the 3 building forms that I mentioned are here, here, and here. The open space area between the building forms is here. There is a driveway leading to commercial parking here. There are 2 driveways here on New York. The residential parking and I should say the residential parking and the commercial parking. This building is proposed as 5 stories. These 2 are 4 stories. This is subterranean level residential parking. This is the ground floor. As you can see, it's probably easier to see at this point. The driveway is here, open space is here, open space is here, and then the two driveways from New York Avenue, commercial, and then this driveway goes down to the subterranean level. The second floor of the project, you can see the three building forms. There's an upper level open space area here at the corner. Third floors. Here I'll point out the catwalks. Fourth floor. And the fifth floor drops away in these two building forms. The fifth floor is right here. The southwest elevation, this is the elevation facing Foothill Boulevard. So this is a full elevation. This is just kind of a blow up of the corner since it's a long site. Northeast elevation, this site is immediately sort of, I guess you'd say south of New York Park. The northeast elevation is what would be facing the park. The east elevation is facing New York Avenue. And then the western elevation. Briefly, some section drawings. This top section is taken from Foothill Boulevard. This section below is showing the building at a 4-story height. Again, this is showing the building at a 4-story height, and this would be the westernmost building at a 5-story height. And then real quickly, some photos. This photo is taken from New York Drive, sort of looking southwest. The site is, or a portion of the site that you can see is this area here. This is really looking sort of north on New York, and the site is right here where the car dealership is. This is looking sort of northwest or west along Foothill Boulevard. The subject site is in this area. Standing on Foothill Boulevard looking north, so that's another portion of the site. Again, on Foothill Boulevard looking northwest. And then finally on Foothill Boulevard looking pretty directly north. You may remember Trader Joe's was located in this area several years ago. And finally, sort of looking northeast along Foothill Boulevard, the site is here. That is my slideshow. As I briefly mentioned initially, this is a preliminary review of the project. And I'll just scroll back down to the front elevation. So this is a preliminary review. The board will make no decision at this meeting and is instead asked to provide direction to the applicant related to site planning, related to mass and scale, and related to design and detailing, really to enable further refinements to the project prior to submittal of the density bonus and the design review applications. I'm going to pause here. The staff report had a number of comments associated with the project. I can go over them and go over them in relation to the slides I've just presented, or I can just simply conclude whatever is your preference. But I guess before I conclude, if I don't go over the comments, staff would strongly suggest that given the preliminary nature of the project and its complexity, staff again would strongly suggest that the three main points that DRB looks at in their review, the site planning, the mass and scale, and the design and detailing, staff would strongly suggest that you discuss each of those separately. So instead of speaking with one board member who comments on all three of the sort of areas that DRB looks at, we would like you to have all 5 board members comment on the site planning first, and then sort of conclude and have some consensus as to what you'd like to see in the site planning, and then discuss the mass and scale, all 5 of you together, and then discuss the design and detailing. I think it would be clear for staff to take notes. It would be clear for the applicant team in terms of things that they would need to work on. And I suspect we have a fairly significant audience tonight, and I think it might be easier for our audience also to, understand in terms of, okay, the board is discussing this topic first. So would you like me to go over some of the comments I had in the staff report, or would you just like me to conclude?
In the interest of time, I think you can conclude. I know very well we've all read through the staff report and have seen all of those thoughts. So we will all incorporate our thoughts in alignment with those, whether we emphasize some or make some suggestions for others. So we will proceed along those lines as you discussed. In terms of, we'll talk about site planning, we'll talk about mass and scale, we'll talk about the design as separate features, and that will enable us to focus that feedback for you all and hopefully make this a more smooth process. But first,
I would appreciate that. Do you want me to stop sharing the screen, or do you want to reference the slides?
Hold that thought for a moment. Mr. Platt wanted to raise a point.
I just want to, because the board won't see this project again in a formal design review setting until after the density bonus is either approved or not approved, or it's especially important for us at staff level, but I'm sure also for the community, to get as much specific direction as you can give us in terms of how you might want to see this shaped and ultimately appear if it is going to go through any approval process. So just to emphasize that you could really help us on this one when we go into the density bonus phase of the work.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go through the regular motions here. We're going to allow the applicant some time to present their design, what their thinking process is, and then we will. Okay, wait. We have some board member questions for staff. Okay, let me not neglect that. So, Board Member Smith, you have a question for staff to start us off?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to know if staff can even estimate how many letters were received in total, and how many letters and emails, and how many roughly were in favor of the project, and roughly how many were not in favor of the project.
Sure. I would estimate roughly 150 letters. And one was supportive of the affordable housing that the project would bring, and 100, if there were 150 emails, which is roughly what I got, we got one in support, and the remainder were opposed. We also, I got, I think 3 or 4 phone calls that were also opposing the project. I think 1 or 2 of those phone calls were duplicative in terms of they had emailed me. They also gave me a call.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kiesel.
Sure.
Do any of the other board members have questions? Board Member Simonian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the preliminary nature of our review, which I believe is the right approach in this situation, But I wanted to get a bit more clarity from staff as to how applicant decided to, end up at a preliminary review, or how that decision was made.
Sure. I encourage the applicant to submit for a preliminary review. So he did it on my request.
Thank you, Mr. Kiesel.
Any other questions? Yes, Board Member Ramirez.
So just for clarification purposes, tonight we are not making any decision, but we are just giving our thoughts and suggestions and recommendations as to the scale of the project and what type of say improvements it can be made so that we can offset some of the concerns of the public, which are just overwhelming in this case. Correct?
I would say you are correct. Yes. Yeah. No, you can render no decision. What we would like, what the applicant would like, is some specific direction on, things you like about the project, things you don't like about the project, the direction that you want to see the project go, and conclude the meeting with some specific comments on each of the three large topic areas that you all are charged with looking at, with reviewing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will move to open the public hearing and allow the applicant 5 minutes to present the case. Hopefully you can take less time since we're already well past 9 o'clock here. So.
Yes, good evening. Carlo Nazarian again with the Domus Design, the designer of this project. I think that 5 minutes is not good enough for me to present this project. There is a lot to discuss. This site, it's as you see in the applications, it's a C-zone. It's about 58,000 square feet a lot, which with just a regular density, it's R1250 zone density. We can have about 58 units, and it's a state law that we can apply for the, bonus density to providing affordable housing for the community. With that bonus that we can take, it comes to the 78 units. And this project in front of you is the result of about 2 years working with the staff to bring the project to this stage. Originally, it has been designed with a different, architectural style, and even just one continuous long building. But I appreciate the comments of the staff, the design group, and the planning department that we reached to this point. But on this point, it was the suggestion of the Roger to submit for the preliminary design. And I think it's an appropriate project for this site. The Foothill Boulevard is a major arterial road, which it's a mix, it's a commercial and residential mixed zone. And by this by this project, we improved the area by having a commercial and residential units on top, and plus that we will provide, I think, about 8 to 10 affordable units to society, which it will be one of the projects that it will provide this many affordable units to community. I did receive, the comments, staff report. I did read about that. Most of the comments, it's reasonable. I can accept that, but there are some comments which they are not. The project, which is with the three buildings, and you have to take in consideration it's a very challenging site because from the New York corner to the western side of the project, there is about 24 feet this level. It's a foothill is sloping up from the east to the west. There is a 24 feet, elevation, differential, and it's challenging site. And this project, it has been divided into 3 residential blocks, which I provide that openness, between each block of the residential units. There is about a 40 feet open space, which I will provide, I will keep that, visibility from the park to the foothill, and the bridges that it's connect these 3 blocks, as you see on the drawings and the rendering. It's a I'm trying to keep this visual transparency between that and the railings on these walkways. They are all glass not to provide the visual obstruction between foothill and the park. And the one of the comments that I don't agree was to combine the driveway from the New York side, residential and commercial driveway together, but that is not doable because from the the commercial, it's in let's say it's in the street level, and the parking that it goes for the residential, it's a subterranean. By combining this, it means that I should have an interior ramp going from the commercial to the residential parking, which will reduce the number of the parking spaces that I could provide for the project. And it's all the this project doesn't ask for any variance, just by the right that even the height by the state law and the SB 1818 law, that it's allowed to have the 1 story more. And whatever I came that, it was in the whatever that staff it's recommended me. It's about the 2 years that we are working on this project. I know it's a big project. We have to work for a long, it's not a regular 5, 8, 10 unit apartment building that we can finish it in 1 year or a year and a half. It's about 2 years that we are working with the staff to come to this point. And at this point, I will ask your support, and I will ask for your suggestion and guidance how to go forward with this project. But the project, it's consistent with the North Glendale community plan, which it requires, one of the comments, the points of the community plan. It's to have the porticade in the front of the commercial, which this project does. It's a and on the street level, I have that 40 feet wide between building B and C, which is all open and green outdoor space, outdoor common outdoor space, and accessible to public. And I do provide all the required open spaces by the R1250 zone, requirements. I provide in the different levels these open spaces, and the setbacks, it's all complying with the 1250 zone. there is no variance needed for this project. At this point, I will tell you if you have more additional questions, I will be more than happy to answer to your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Board Member Simoni, you have a question for the applicant?
Yes, good evening, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some questions for the applicant, and it's a large project. It's a complex project. We're going off of visuals on a monitor versus paper. But I wanted to just take this opportunity and really pinpoint two questions. I'm looking at sheet A-4, which is the first residential floor. And I'm wondering on the right side, along Foothill, there is an opening between the planters. Really, the only way I could really describe it is next to unit 121, let's say the patio area. Is that patio area of unit 121 on that sheet at the sidewalk level in regards to its grade?
Oh, no. That 121, unit 121.
On sheet A4.
A4.
Along Foothill.
If I can help, it's raised a floor above grade, which you can...
That opens, that is, that is just open area for the unit 121. As you see there, we do have these, patios in the front of the unit 121, 120, 21, and 22, which is divided by the planter boxes.
I understand. Just very quickly, in the spirit of time, I think Mr. Platt answered my question. It's a level above Foothill. Is that correct, Mr. Platt?
Yeah, that is one floor above the Foothill.
Got it. And so, just bear with me, sir. In regards to connectivity with the sidewalk, on this level, it's really occurring from the rear on New York Avenue. Is that correct? So the steps really, I guess, on the northern portion, on the northeast corner, are those the steps that really connect to the sidewalk on New York Avenue to then go around to the outdoor space between the two blocks of buildings and to get to this level?
I think that... No, that on the street level, that underneath of the open space in the, on the top, underneath it's a outdoor space for the commercial use.
And that outdoor commercial use, when you go along the northern perimeter of the property and you go down those steps on the northeast corner of the property on New York Avenue where it hits the sidewalk, are you hitting the sidewalk at that point?
Yes.
Understood. And so if I'm walking up New York Avenue and if I want to enter this portion of the building, I'm going through those little steps to go up to kind of get into the building from that corner. Is that right?
Yes, that that open space, the commercial open space, let's say, has the steps from the Foothill side and from the New York side. Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
And on sheet A4, that outdoor space, is that for residential or is that for commercial? Because it's between the residential spaces.
No, that open space on the sheet A4 that you see, that is for the residential.
Understood. And so the commercial is depicted on sheet A3. And if I want to access the retail centers, let's say unit C 101, how would I get there? Would I get there through the center courtyard from Foothill? Or how would I get to those tenants?
Depending from the street, from the sidewalks that you see. It's in the front setback area from the commercial space to the next commercial space. There is a ramp, giving access from the sidewalk. You enter in the front of the entry doors of the space, and on the adjacent to the commercial spaces, there is, because the Foothill Boulevard is a slope, we are providing ramp to give access from the Foothill to each commercial unit, and from the commercial unit to the next commercial unit, there is a ramp. We check the ramp. It's the slope of the ramps varies depending on the slope of the street. I have a 5% up to 8% slope to give access to these commercial spaces.
Understood. And so your sidewalk levels around elevation 1640, and then you're going up this ramped area. You have the landings where you enter the commercial spaces, and then ultimately you end up at the outdoor space, which is about, say, 7 feet above the sidewalk at that point in time. In that
region, you are talking 7 feet above.
Your main commercial outdoor space.
No, that commercial outdoor space. You don't. You mean the corner of the New York and Foothill, or in the center of the project?
Center.
The center. No, that center common outdoor space. It's accessible from the sidewalk with no steps, with no ramp.
So you got those planters along the sidewalk with, like, let's say, a 5-foot opening between the planters.
Yes.
And that's where you enter this project, is in that opening over there.
It's about a 6 feet opening between the planters, but that dimension of that openings, it could be changed by reducing the planter boxes or planting area to give access to the street. If you check the same sheet, that outdoor space elevation, it's 1647.4 in the front of the entry that I am providing. The elevation is 1646 on the curb side.
Understood.
It's accessible from the sidewalk with no ramp, with no steps.
Okay. And when we're looking at sheet 10C, the columns as depicted along the street
10C
is holding up the residential above, and the planters are really in line with the sidewalk. So they really go up to the property line, right? The planters along the residential, along. I think they are, okay.
So yeah, the planters that you see on top of the commercial, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So there's no setback with the planters on the second floor. They're right along the property line, is that right?
No, the planters, yeah, because, the commercial and based on the community plan that they are asking colonnade, that the space is set back about 5-6 feet, and we have the colonnade, and that part we have to cover it. I have the concrete deck, so the planters it's sitting edge of the let's say property line. There is no setback.
I see. Thank you so much, Mr. Nazarian, for bearing with me. That helped me very much. Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions from the board members for the applicants? Seeing none. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and proceed to public commentary. But before we do, we are expecting a large number of calls for this case. So for the public listening out there who is waiting to speak on the matter, I would like to reinforce one of the things that Mr. Kiesel said, which this is preliminary. We will be rendering no final decision tonight. We are only here to listen to public comment and to give guidance to the applicant and to staff for how we believe this project can be improved to be in compliance with the design guidelines, both the citywide design guidelines as well as those for the North Glendale Community Plan. Because we are expecting a large number of callers, I am going to be limiting public comments to 1 minute per caller. And if you are listening in online and you're hearing people say the same things that you had said already, it's perfectly acceptable for you to just say, I agree with prior comments, and really limit your comments so that we can try and get through this as quickly as possible. It's already 9:30 in the evening. I want to make sure we can try and get through this as expeditiously as possible so that the board can actually take time to consider not only the design, the applicant's submission, as well as the comments we hear from the public. Okay, so with that, we will begin the process of taking callers. Ms. Matidis, do we have a first caller ready to speak on the matter?
Yes, the first caller is Mr. Michael O'Brien. Mr. Michael O'Brien, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you very much. I'm an architect who lives up New York. I travel down the street every single day, and I have some serious concerns about this project, and I'm against it as designed. I'm currently against the traffic impacts on this. There's been no traffic study presented. It's reasonable to consider that we'll probably have 50 inbound cars and 40 outbound cars, or vice versa. With both of those streets access onto New York, it's going to be seriously impacted. This project needs some serious traffic mitigation, as it is with Clark being up above. You have the buses lined up. Even in the pictures you showed earlier, you showed a backlog of cars going up New York during drop-off with all the school buses coming in. You can't get through that intersection. You can't turn right. I go down every morning. You can't turn right. There's serious traffic impact. I think all the traffic needs to come off of Foothill Boulevard, and no entrances should be off of New York. I don't, as an architect, I know there's other solutions to figure out the parking internally. In addition, architecturally, there's some significant issues. The stacked terrace on the plaza, it blocks the view around that corner. They should take reference to the site down the street at Pennsylvania and Foothill, where they pulled the open plaza, softened that corner. Yeah, I mean, it is like impossible to talk about this project. But
thank you for your call, sir. We appreciate it.
Can we follow up with Can you follow up with a letter after this, then, still with comments to the board? I take it.
I imagine you certainly can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next caller, please.
Next caller is Ms. Jane Choi. Ms. Choi, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jane Choi. I'm a resident a few blocks down from the site on New York and Prospect, and I do not oppose new development, but I think the current design is flawed in many ways. The project has missed some high-quality design opportunities. Site planning-wise, the current corner design is a huge missed opportunity. The project is already large, and adding a two-story volume at the corner makes the site extremely unfriendly to pedestrians and doesn't integrate well with the surrounding neighborhood. The building should have active uses along New York Avenue that come down to the street level with a continuous street wall and landscaping on the ground floor. The shadowing of the street level at the corner is a really poor design. The project should maybe consider a bigger setback along New York so there's more breathing room. And then the outdoor space on the first residential floor is really awkward. I think this is what Board Member Simonian pointed out. It's probably not going to be used because it's right outside a dwelling unit. And then the driveway configuration, I really support the staff recommendations and comments. I think 2 driveways along New York is excessive, and closing one could go a long way. The residential entry should also be more prominent.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next caller is Ms. Dee Goodrich. Ms. Goodrich, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk with you. When you look at the design of this, it doesn't seem to match anything within the neighborhood. It just seems like an elephant sitting there. The other thing is I live on one of the streets, and the streets are narrow, and if you're parking in the street, it's very difficult to drive down it, and often because there's condos behind my house. All of those residents are parking up and down our street. They're repairing their cars in front of our houses. Many times the cars are left there and have to be towed away. This apartment building with 78 units is now going to impact our streets even more so. And it's going to just deteriorate everything in the community. And driving up and down York, like with the first caller made. Not only that, but there's things about this project as the entry and exit. It's even difficult now to get in and out of there shopping. This is going to be 78 units in our area, which is already drought ridden with problems. And this is going to be an awful lot impact in not only traffic, parking, but all those other facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Next caller is Mr. Jeff Ludis. Mr. Ludis, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yeah, hello, everybody. We live on Fair Estes Street. We are a block to the north of New York Park, and we love New York Park and visit it frequently, and it's one of the things that attracted us to this area. We're just very concerned that this building is going to stick up. From what I can tell from the drawings, 3 to 4 stories above the level of the park, and completely obstruct the view of the mountains and literally block the sun from the sky for anyone in the park. I would really love to see some renderings that show what the view would look like for those in the park at the time. What it's going to look like, where the building will be placed in relation to anyone visiting the park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is Ms. Yvonne Wolf. Ms. Wolf, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi. I agree with most of the staff's and callers' comments and appreciate the opportunity to express my concerns. This project is too large for the area. 4 and 5 stories do not fit in with the existing feel of the area. There is nothing this large, and if approved, it will have a negative impact on the entire community. This massive building will be seen from every part of the valley. We all moved here for the suburban lifestyle. This does not fit into the neighborhood. I agree with all the comments about traffic. In fact, I believe there should be no exit from off of New York. It's just a very dangerous idea. Our privacy, I live right across from this. Our privacy will be gone. These units will tower over our existing house, the park, and Foothill Boulevard. We feel comfortable living here. Adding 200 plus people into one corner of the neighborhood is not acceptable. And I want to know who's going to pay for all the infrastructure that's going to be needed, sewers, electrical, et cetera. And then New York Park will become the tenant's personal park night and day. Currently, it is nice, quiet, and peaceful. I know because I live directly across from it. With an additional 200, 300 people, it will be noisy and dirty. It will never be the same. Just because the developers can manipulate the laws to build, this doesn't mean they should. Glendale has added more housing than most cities in the state. We have done our share. We really need to stand together and say no more. We just want to make a nice, I don't mind the improvements, but let's not overdo it. Let's just make it comfortable.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next caller is, I believe, Maryland Fisher.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Is it Maryland or?
Mary Lynn.
Mary Lynn, thank you. Yes, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you. I'm the president of the Crescenta Highlands Neighborhood Association, and I serve on the steering committee of the Crescenta Valley Community Association. I'd like to address my comments principally to the applicant and the owners, whoever they are. I'd like to know your names and your ties to the community. I recently learned that this project has been in the works for 2 years, yet neither organization I serve on has ever heard of this until an application was filed in April. This is not how our community should be developed. In the past, many companies that sought to build in our community have come to our meetings with their preliminary plans and sought our input. We recognize that development is inevitable, but we insist on development that benefits our community. I urge you to meet with us. We can do this initially by Zoom and eventually in person. Mr. Kissel has my email address and telephone numbers. Please contact me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Stephanie Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a resident of 45 years in this community, and I agree with everyone who's saying that this is an absurd project to put in our community that does not belong. We are a small, tight-knit community that is a secretive community in sense from the normal Glendale area. It is a place to come for serenity and peace. And if you bring in these big like condos and apartments, you're bringing in a lot of traffic that we are not used to. I've seen the changes over the years. I was born and raised here. I'm still in my home that I was born in, and I've seen everything change, and it's been heartbreaking. I would rather, instead of someone putting these apartments or condos, bring in some restaurants, bring in some businesses, something that will bring more happiness to our neighborhood than living spaces that will make more traffic, more problems, more issues, and will bring us to a point of where we can't even leave our homes.
Thank you very much for your call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Diane Martin. Ms. Martin, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hello, I agree. Hold on. I agree with what everyone has said. And girl, I would really love to know where you live, because if you lived in our community, you would never do this. But this is only for profit and art. I think you are aligning with him to do this. This is a mountain community. It is a community preserve for the foothills and all that. I live on the south end of New York. I have watched condos be built, and the schooling and all that. I take my children to school. The traffic has been insurmountable, as the first gentleman said. So, girl, you might love your building project, and Art, you might agree with him, but this community is preserved and protected, and the traffic is insurmountable. And I live on New York, the south end of New York Avenue, and what you are going to propose for our community is unheard of. Girl, come live here and then try to build. But please preserve our open space and our foothill beautiful mountains.
That's time.
Thank you very much for the call.
Next up, we have Ms. Joyce Bertram. Ms. Bertram, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Ms. Bertram, Ms. Joyce Bertram, you're live on the air. One last time, Ms. Joyce Bertram, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Would you like me to hold her place?
Let's move on and we can come back to her.
All right. Next up, we have Ms. Roxanne Myers. Ms. Myers, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, my name is Roxanne Myers, and I live right across the street from New York Park, and I am deeply troubled by these proposed plans. My husband took pictures and couldn't even on the panoramic setting get the whole project in. And it's very disturbing, and I agree with Mr. Michael O'Brien about the traffic. On New York Avenue, there's like 4 schools on New York, and I'm pretty sure that the person buying this property doesn't even understand that. There's been fatalities on there. Across the street is it's on a reservoir. What about the reservoir? What about the sewage? What about the power lines? I live across the street. Every day there's someone, a couple of times a day. There's not for parking for the water people. There's not parking for the electrical, because there's like a bunch of telephone poles. And you're going to put 2 driveways there for people to come in and out, and then for a kid to get hit. I have 4 kids, and I know what it's like to drive up and down New York. It is unimaginable. And This is just absolutely unacceptable. Vaughn's is 2 stories, and to think you're putting a 5-story thing is not okay. It blocks the mountain view. You can't. It blocks the trees. It's totally not acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Ms. Liz Nelson. Ms. Nelson, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi. I'll try to be brief. I agree with all the preceding. I live right near community and that whole group area you're going to remodel. It's on the downhill slope of the San Gabriel Mountains, so it will block the sun and airflow for all the residents downhill until we reach the Verdugos. That's a sizable chunk. And it would also look into the back windows uphill of the homes, which are usually the children's bedrooms, and into the backyards, too, making the children way more vulnerable than they are now and destroying families' privacy. This whole thing is really not acceptable. I would like to see the architect or somebody on the board do a ghost overlay of what those buildings would look like on top of what they are now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Casey Beasley, you're live on the air. Casey Beasley. Hello, Ms. Casey Beasley, you're live on the air. We will come back to them as well.
We'll come back.
Okay. Next up, we have Ms. Susan Boland. Ms. Susan Boland, you're live on the air.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. My name is Susan Boland, and I live south of the project area. A decade ago, Glendale planners gathered residents and business owners and asked us what we wanted for the future of our community in North Glendale. The North Glendale Plan was created, and it was intended to be a roadmap for developers to follow. The comprehensive design guidelines make it clear with specific details about setbacks and front-facing and articulation and building massing and scale. And Mr. Nazarian has disregarded some of those elements. He chose to follow some of them. I appreciate that he broke the buildings into 3 pieces, but he has way far to go to make it a building that's desirable by the community because it's just a boxy style. It has no beautiful design. So, within the comprehensive design guidelines and the Glendale Community Plan, we even provided picture. I'm sorry?
You're out of time. So.
Time. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Grant Michaels. Mr. Michaels, you're live on the air.
Good evening. My name is Grant Michaels. I'm the president of the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council, but as tonight is a preliminary hearing, I am speaking as an individual. I do want to take an opportunity to thank staff for bringing this project forward as a preliminary one to allow feedback prior to the SB 1818 density bonus process or other entitlements. Speaking specifically as someone who has filed appeals based on SB 1818 projects, the height of this project is of concern. At 54 feet, it is excessive. The current zoning allows for 35 feet, which is the desire of the North Glendale Community Plan. Even with a 10-foot concession to allow an additional story for the density bonus, that would still be a maximum of 45 feet in height. That is something that we have successfully won on appeal, and I do want the DRB to consider that in their deliberations and the maximum height. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Next caller is Ms. Patty Brundage. Ms. Brundage, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you. It's pronounced Brundage. I have lived up here. No problem. I've lived up here in Northern Glendale for the past 44 years. I am living, as many of us are here, in the house I grew up in. Many of us inherit or buy our houses from our parents. We know this community. I agree 100% with everybody, what they have said. I've dealt with the design review board when I added a building onto my lot, and you were all very concerned with the design of this building blending into our community. I don't see that with this building at all. I understand we need housing, not 5 stories. The tallest I've seen, I've driven up and down Foothill, is 3, and it needs to be a design that complements our community. This design does not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Andrew Lang. Mr. Lang, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, I disagree with, I think, every caller so far. I think it's wonderful that we're going to be building a good number of new residential units in our neighborhood. We're facing a climate and wildfire crisis in California. And if we aren't building urban infill, we're just pushing new people further sprawled out into the wildlife boundary where they're at greater fire risk, more water, further increasing traffic if we push them out. I fully support this project. Not even asking for a zoning variance. It's built within the current zoning rules in place for a long time, and I cannot wait to welcome our new neighbors into our community and their children as classmates from us. I'm sure they're going to be very nice people, and since they aren't here yet, I feel an obligation to speak up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next caller is Ms. Rita Zabayan. Ms. Zabayan, you're live on the air.
Thank you. I am opposed to this project in its current form, in addition to the concerns about traffic on New York. I'd also say the traffic on Pennsylvania, that freeway entrance and exit are already completely impacted. It's impossible to turn on and off Foothill in a timely manner. In addition to the concern about the effects on the park, the community character, the scale is out of the community character, the reservoir in the park being affected, and oftentimes developers use the premise of affordable housing to bypass traffic impact studies, air pollution, noise pollution, water pollution, environmental impact. And he might have spent 2 years planning this, but when these buildings are built, they impact the community for way longer than 2 years. So I would really urge the board to do a lot more work on making this fit the character of the community and to not allow an environmental impact and to really consider the danger of the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Pamela Brief. Ms. Brief, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank you first for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a resident a few doors up from the proposed project and also a landscape architect. I agree with everything that Roger, the case planner, has noted, in addition with those that are against this project as is. I understand that we need development and we need more housing, affordable, most importantly, and I am a proponent of affordable housing. I am not in favor of this project. I think it lacks open space. The open space that's provided is provided for the residents and not for the community. And I also think that splitting the buildings in 3 is great. I don't understand why a bridge is necessary to connect those in Southern California, where inclement weather is not usual, and I don't really understand the purpose of that. And it does discourage views, whether it's glass or not. But just in general, I would like to reiterate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Steve Gustafson. Mr. Gustafson, you're live on the air.
Yes, I'm Steve Gustafson. I've been a resident of this neighborhood for over 30 years. I don't see how this project can be in any way keeping with the character of the neighborhood. I don't know if any of you on the board are familiar with this area. I would welcome you to come and look at this area and see that this does not fit at all. The traffic on New York is of grave concern to me. It's already somewhat dangerous as is, and it's right adjacent to the park. We have children going back and forth, and I would like to mention that the traffic with Clark High School on New York is already quite bad. This is only going to make it worse. I really don't see how this fits in at all with the North Glendale Community Plan, which I've read today. The height is just completely out of character. The scale of this project matches nothing at all in this area, and I think it really needs, the whole concept needs to be revised. I do think that some development in that area, that land, would be a good idea. However, this is just massive and doesn't fit what at all.
Time.
And I'm very concerned.
Thank you very much for your call.
Next up, we have Mimi Khalil.
Yes, hi. Hello?
Yes, hello. You're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I also oppose this project. I agree with the previous callers regarding the traffic on New York. I live close to the area because of, we have Clark Magnet, especially in the morning and afternoon. A lot of traffic with the buses to take the students to school, and some parents drive their kids also there. I myself take New York to drop off my son at Valley View, so it's not good crossing the street to go to the park. That's also already bad. So to add all these units, having more families going to affect our classroom sizes, not to mention we want to keep La Crescenta and Glendale Annex more open with single-family housing, less traffic, less people, less pollution. So, I just wanted to
and that's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Joyce Bertram. Ms. Bertram, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Hello, Ms. Bertram, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. This was the second go around, so.
Okay.
We'll have to go to call back. Next up, we have Elisa Musto. Ms. Musto, you're live on the air.
Hi.
With the Design Review Board.
Yes. Hi.
Hello.
I just wanted to say that I oppose what you guys are trying to do, or what the developer is trying to do. The traffic in our area is already so horrendous. And if you have ever taken a trip up here, you would see for yourself during rush hour. And also, there is a water reservoir behind the property that they are trying to develop. Okay, so the people who are being very selfish and inconsiderate and trying to develop this property would have to build my goodness. Okay, they would have to dig down at least 30 feet. All right.
That's time.
And build a wall, $1 million wall, at least 13 feet high.
You're out of time.
No, wait. No, I'm not out of...
We're trying to enforce the same guidelines for everybody, so we have to move on.
Next up, we have Mr. Mark Weaver. Mr. Mark Weaver, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, I agree with what everybody has said before, but, reservoirs and water are a big deal. They just had a huge building collapse in Miami. Water is a powerful thing, and I'm really concerned about the safety of this project. And it used to be a gas station, so there's environmental reasons not to do this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Casey Beasley. Ms. Beasley, you're live on the air. This was the second time for Ms. Casey Beasley, so hopefully she can call back. Next up, we have Ms. Kara Clove. Ms. Clove, you're live on the air.
Good evening. I oppose this project, and for the certain reason that the traffic is a major problem. I've lived in La Crescenta and worked as a realtor in town for 43 years. I've seen the area. I lived right down the street from it. It is dangerous now, even without school going. And if there's going to be a traffic study, it should be done when the buses are going there and the children are being delivered to school and the high schoolers are driving. It's horrendous. There's been so many accidents on that corner. The access there's no way to make it safe. Even when Trader Joe's was there, we had problems. Now, the other thing would be, of course, the concern for the children. Also the schools. Clark is not the only school there. Just down the street is the elementary school Lincoln. They have buses that come there, and that would be the most important thing for me as far as safety. The massive building height, the property values in the whole area will go down because of the damage done to the view. So that would be my main concerns. I do oppose this for many of the reasons that have already been said. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Kathy Yurka, you're up next. Ms. Kathy Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I disagree with the idea that the DRB's decision is only preliminary because Glendale unnecessarily separates decisions about density bonuses from final review of projects. The DRB may be forced into constraints that gravely affect the project moving forward. SB 1818 does not require adding a story to the building. This can be avoided by drastically reducing the size of each unit to the minimum square footage required for each type, 600 square feet for a one-bedroom, etc. Nothing you could do as a body would do more to eliminate the project impacts. The developer does not have an expectation to build units as large as he would like. Smaller units would also make all the units more affordable. Glendale residents have a right to high-quality design, and North Glendale residents have the right to projects that conform to the community plan. This plan is clear that styles that reflect the history of the area are encouraged, not stucco boxes. The DRB should direct the developer today to respect this aspect. Also, please don't pick on Villia. She's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Devron Shudik. Mr. Shudik?
It's actually Mrs.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Thank you for letting me talk. I agree with all of my neighbors, hi neighbors, about opposing this project, mostly for the traffic, but I don't want to bore you. It's really late. I do just want to point out one thing. You have to consider that if you have 78 units, that's not saying how big those units are or how many parking spaces per unit are going to be provided. So that's a concern of mine. I mean, in one-bedroom apartments that are 78, you're looking at 156 cars minimum. That's 156 more cars in that little corner. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. One moment, please. Next up, we have Terry Capon. Terry Capon, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Hello, Terry Capon, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, I have been a resident here for 68 years, and I live right above the project on Fairesta Street. The traffic is horrendous, like everyone has said. Going down New York Avenue when school is in session and there's 30-plus buses going down, the intersection is amazingly backed up. You wouldn't even be able to get onto New York from this apartment complex that they're trying to put in. I'm completely opposed to the design. This design looks like it should be down on Brand Boulevard. We don't want anything that looks like Glendale. We want Craftsman, Spanish style. It has nothing to do with the style of this small community. The height is ridiculous, and I am totally opposed of all of it. But it has to come down. It cannot be five floors.
Thank you for your call.
Casey Beasley. Casey Beasley, you're live on the air.
Yes, this is Cassie.
Cassie.
I agree with everybody before. I've been here for 48 years, born and bred and raised, and I think Garrow would have some other things to say if he actually had any time invested here besides 2 years of secretively planning. It's going to impact the schools. It's going to impact everything, all the way down to the trash pickup and all that stuff. You know, it's absolutely bananas, bonkers. I am so opposed to this. All I can do is scream no, no, no at the top of my lungs. And respectfully, I hope the board makes some huge changes on this. This is totally unacceptable. It's absolutely not okay. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Judy Barnes. Ms. Barnes, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you very much for taking my call, board. I wish I could bring you all a cup of coffee. I appreciate you staying this evening and listening to us all. I sent you an email already, so all I wanted to say is I'm very proud to stand with my neighbors and block this project. It's too huge. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Marianne Brooks. Ms. Brooks, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Hello, Ms. Marianne Brooks, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Your time, and I appreciate the fact that you're considering this so late in the evening. I stand with Judy, I stand with Steve, I stand with Mark, these people that, and all the rest of my neighbors that I haven't met yet. But this plan, Mr. Garrow, Mr. Nazarian, is not in keeping with the North Glendale plan. We are a suburban area, not an urban area. We are not Glendale. We are not Los Angeles. We are not Pasadena. We are the Crescenta Highlands. We are Verdugo City. We are North Glendale, which has been basically divorced from Glendale per the fireworks fiasco. But anyway, this must not proceed as planned. I beg of you, Mr. Nazarian, think of what this looks like. Think of the traffic. When the freeway breaks down, guess what? Foothill Boulevard becomes the freeway. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your consideration. I appreciate everything that you all do. I don't know how you do this. It's a hard decision.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kevin Brief, you're next. You're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Mr. Kevin Brief.
Hi. I live on Ferresta as well, right up the street. Rather than repeating everything, I'll just stick to the design elements, although 2 driveways coming onto New York is untenable. It just is. Anyway, I agree with that. Somebody stole my thunder. This looks like it belongs on Brand or Central. One of those buildings that have been built down there does not belong in this area. It's and I just think, once again, to repeat everything else, too massive, too blocky, not attractive, and not enough open space. That's all, and no open space available to the public. Only those people who are living there. And I just would like to see more air in the project. I think that area needs some development, quite frankly, but not with this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next up, Donna Libra. Ms. Libra, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, good evening. I'm a resident of La Crescenta, and I oppose this project. I do agree with all the people that just spoke. I disagree with Mr. Nazarian. This is not consistent with our neighborhood, like he said it would be. It's a horrible design. It has catwalks. It's modern. We bought here in a rural town, hometown feel, and it should be like the La Crescenta Library craftsman style. A big problem is it could be a fire hazard. We live in a fire zone, New York, with all the cars coming down that hill and the 78 coming out. That could be a really big problem, hazardous. This project is not conforming, and there will be a big burden on our infrastructure. And yes, we will lose our mountains. This does not conform with our area. Please listen to the community.
That's time.
And thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Ms. Patricia Yankowski. Ms. Yankowski, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, I certainly do agree with what everybody has already said, but if you want to get an idea of what a 4-story condo looks like, go down the 210 freeway, get off on Del Mar, turn left, and when you park at the first signal, you will be shocked at what 4 stories is. My husband's a retired architectural designer, and I says, are they really that big? And they're going to be right up to the sidewalk, and believe me, height and density, sorry, not going to work here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Joyce Bettram. Ms. Bettram, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Ms. Bettram, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
I know it's Joyce, my neighbor. She's been here 70 years, and she's trying to get on. She's been on quite a few times, and she is vehemently opposed, but I'm trying to have her call in because she's been on for 2 or 3 times, and that's been neglected. But she's lived here for 70 years. She vehemently opposes this. This is a mountain community. This is a place where people come and relax and retire. And she has watched this community grow, and she appalls apartment building, all that in our community. This is not what that represents. You can call her personally as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Maria Klein. Ms. Klein, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, good evening. I just want to say that to Mr. Nazarian that this design and this building that you want to do here in the community is in no way complementary to the pattern of the neighborhood. I echo all the sentiments of everybody else about the traffic, but I also want to say it has been so disappointing to find out about this last minute. There was a young lady going around the neighborhood, around the park, around off of the streets of New York with a flyer telling everybody this was happening. And for many people, this was the first they had heard of it. So I think Mr. Kiesel would have received a lot more emails and gotten a lot more phone calls had this been done differently, and it would have been advertised from the get-go. But it was totally done on the down low, which was very disappointing. So just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to let everyone know that although this is a preliminary design review, all the public notices were sent to all property owners and all occupants within 500 feet of the subject site, and the site was posted as per code. So next up is Mr. Kirk Marino. Mr. Marino, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes, good evening. I've been a resident here for 48 years. Born and raised here, just went away for college for 4 years and came back. I would like to formally oppose the project at the corner of New York Avenue and Foothill Boulevard. This will put a tremendous strain on the traffic systems currently in place, as well as a strain on the grid and on the water supply. Honestly, this township was planned as a small bedroom community and should remain that way, as it can only sustain a certain amount of population, traffic, and drain on its resources. I oppose this project and plan to support any and all efforts to block this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Ms. Rebecca Goodman. Ms. Goodman, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Good evening. I'd like to state another
aspect of the traffic. I live between Pennsylvania and New York, and when the high school was opened up, there was concern about the traffic going up Pennsylvania and New York, and on one of the streets they had to put speed bumps. That was not my street in particular, but I believe the street that I live on will be a conduit between Pennsylvania and New York to get to this commercial area. Because if you come up New York from Foothill, it's a very short distance to what will be the entrance to this building. And during high traffic areas, it will be a mess on that corner. So this will affect the residential streets between Pennsylvania and Foothill because cars will be going down those also to get to this corner. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last caller of the evening is Ms. Barbara Hannigan. Ms. Hannigan, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Great. Thank you very much. We just quickly, I agree with all the former callers, but I just want to say that I feel that somehow this project is approved as is. There will be a snowball effect of large mass projects all up and down Foothill, and I would really like to register my complaint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we have no other callers, and we had a total of 35 callers, 1 in support and 34 in opposition. So,
okay. So I guess we can give a couple of minutes to Mr. Nazarian if he would like to take the time to respond to the public's comments.
Yes, thank you. Just I want to comment, the calls that we heard about this project. I know that not the community, but the entire world is getting changed. As you see that the state did find out because of the shortage of the residential units, even, they pushed for these additional dwelling units. I know projects, on the R1 zone, which they added 2 more ADU on the residential zone because of the need of the community, because of the shortage of the residential units. And by providing these affordable units, we are helping to this homeless situation in the entire community. This project is providing, the affordable units for the community, the parking, the traffic on the New York. And because of that, in my original, thought to design this project, that was my point, why I separated the driveway of the commercial and the residential. Because if it's only one driveway, you have to figure it out the line that it will be to enter for the commercial and the residential units in the same time. And for the commercial project, I'm providing, access from the New York and from the Foothill. I have 2 access to the commercial parking spaces, which that it will help the traffic. And I understand. And previously on this magnitude of the project, always I I notified, or I had a meeting with the community for to show them what we are proposing. But because of this pandemic issue in Glendale, that was not possible. And one of the callers was to bring some more restaurant, businesses, and life. This site, it's zoned commercial hillside, and on the ground floor, we are bringing some businesses that could be restaurant or other services to the community. And I know that for getting the building permit, I have to go to the building department, engineering department, and traffic department, which they will look closely to safety issues of this project. If they find that because of the reservoir, this project is not safe, then they will give us their comments. the design and the architectural style of this project. You know, originally we started with very light revival.
Mr. Nazarian, you've run out of time. We enforced it with the public, so unfortunately I do have to enforce it with you as well.
That is not good enough to respond to all these phones. You know, if I have...
This is still a preliminary design, so you'll have another opportunity to rework this design and be able to respond to those comments.
2 more seconds, I will add. Just consider that because of the slope of the area, from the corner of the New York to the park, there is about the 17 feet this level. The height that we are calculating, everybody is talking from the foothill side, but from the park side, it's totally different. And if you look at my section drawings, you see that the building is not that high from the park level.
Okay, so we have to move on at this point in time. So we will close the public hearing. And we will commence with doing board member comments and feedback. I do want to stick with the suggestion that was made earlier that we do this in 3 sections. We will start with site planning. So staff had provided a number of bulleted points representing some consideration from their side, and we should feel free to comment upon those, add additional thoughts to that, and see if we can't provide staff with some well-considered reflections from us. So starting with site planning. So please, again, let's focus on just site planning considerations for the moment. So Ms. Chagayan, can you lead us off with some discussion?
If you don't mind, I prefer not to start.
Okay, Board Member Simonian is volunteering. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you I'd like to thank the community for really hanging in there with us until 10:24 and going through the previous 4 cases to really help us with all the thoughts and feedback. That is very helpful for us, and we appreciate it. So I want to thank the community for that. Also, just in general, we had another project come to us for some, it was the large hotel on Brand and the freeway, corner of Brand and freeway, that came to us for some preliminary thoughts and ideas as more of a guidance to City Council. At that point in time, we had given a lot of feedback, but when the minutes came back, they were, I don't know, somewhat thin. So I would really encourage staff to at least listen to the comments made by the board member several times on tape to make sure that it is a holistic summary. And so that way, when we review them, they'll be more complete. With that, starting off with site plan, I realize there is a great difference along the property. It has lots of frontages. And I believe the site plan should be reworked, and here are some suggestions. I don't think it is proper to have 2 driveway entrances on New York. I believe a single driveway access off of Foothill should suffice. Now, I know Mr. Nazarian pointed out that, you know, it's good to separate the residential from the commercial, yes, but I just want to give you an idea. These are just suggestions. Think of the Americana. Yeah, you know, you have a much larger project. You have commercial with lots of residential above, and it's primarily accessed by, you know, a central entry and a Brand entry. Well, this is much smaller than the Americana, and so I do think 1 driveway off of Foothill would be appropriate, especially the busy nature of New York. In addition, we have a park on the north side of this project. And so perhaps some sort of a berm along the northern frontage of the property, which is the northern property line, some sort of a landscape berm that goes up and then we plant it with trees that really buffers portions of this building and provides a nice transition from the park is something that perhaps should be considered. In regards to the retail space and the access from the sidewalk, I believe that the project could be better served, and it will actually lend itself to a more economical and more of a viable project if there's much more connectivity between these storefronts and the sidewalk. For example, the middle building block, I'm estimating those spaces to be about 25 feet wide, say about 70 feet deep. And there's, between the middle block and the left block, there's 6 identical widths. Well, you don't want to leave 6 spaces, right, that are identical. You want to provide variety. And so that, in addition to the commercial outdoor space as identified on sheet A3, could be much better integrated. And so outdoor dining is key, and any restaurant with outdoor dining will fare much better and will be much more of an asset to the community. And so I strongly suggest that the outdoor commercial space along Foothill is integrated and shared with direct access into the adjacent retail spaces, and thereby connecting and providing the opportunity for outdoor seating. And so when we start off on the site plan on sheet A3, and you eliminate some of the driveways along New York, and you start integrating the retail with the sidewalk, all of a sudden you realize that what's really creating a ton of massing for this project is the raised platform at the corner of New York and Foothill. There, I strongly urge that the outdoor space be lowered, and so it's not elevated. And that, in addition to the elimination of the ramp along Foothill, will eliminate all those columns that are providing monumentality. And so I'll deal with the massing comments later, but if we eliminate those columns, if we eliminate the ramp, if we pull that corner outdoor space lower, all of a sudden we have retail that's much more inviting and much more usable, and hopefully much more leasable, and hopefully much more profitable, and hopefully profitable spaces lend to be popular spaces. And so it's a win-win. And so those would be some of my comments as it pertains to site planning. The catwalks, I believe, should be eliminated. I think it adds a ton of massing, which we'll get to later. But if each building block has its own exiting or 2 forms of exiting, there really shouldn't really be a need for catwalks. I would think of this project not so much as one big project as kind of 3 different projects within one site that are broken up. And so the elimination of those catwalks, I think, will greatly reduce bulk. And so those were some of my comments. I'll just finish off that on a site plan basis, we really need to think about servicing vehicles, Ubers, etc., Grubhubs, and Uber Eats delivering, also for deliveries for the retail centers, so retail spaces. So some way or another off of the driveway, there needs to be some sort of perhaps some sort of think of it as like an industrial space where at the rear trucks back into and provide a service bay for deliveries. Something or another needs to be integrated at that point in time. You may lose some retail doing that, but you'll actually help your retail along the way. So those are my comments on site planning, and I could certainly elaborate further on later. And then, Mr. Chair, I believe we're going to come back to the other two items later.
We will come back to the other two items, yes. So let's move on to the next board member. So Board Member Smith, are you ready to go next on site planning?
I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So in looking at this, I absolutely agree with the really helpful comments that Board Member Simonian recommended: the buffer, the separate parking entrances, the connection between the sidewalk and the storefronts, outdoor dining, loading zones. He really has an understanding of this. I think that in this case, the applicant should listen to the community, but they obviously are going to need to listen to us as well. Glendale can allow denser development in transitional areas like this site, but a project like this can only move forward if it's proposed in a context-sensitive way that would, where the site plan would accommodate what they're trying to do as well as the community. It's an established single-family neighboring community and also commercial. And it's as though this landed from somewhere else. It misses great opportunities to, we're not going to talk about massing yet, but to step back exterior walls. Also, absolutely correct, the idea of building up whatever is the pedestrian level so that it meets or seems to meet the park. It was just a huge missed opportunity. And orienting exterior spaces toward the rear with views from the street would make the whole thing more inviting and take advantage of the park's location. Because a project of this type has no specific design guidelines that apply directly, I strongly urge the architect to look into a variety of sources. And one is the City of Pasadena's City of Gardens ordinance. It encourages units organized around inviting central courtyards. In this case, the corridors that are hardscape, that literally in the farthest east one face the park bathrooms, does not achieve the goal. What this project is missing is really making sure it's compatible with the neighborhood. And unfortunately, you heard from the community what a sour note this was. So some of these are not as prescriptive as Councilman Simonian's are, but I think they reinforce it, that reinforcing the sense of place that's very special in that community is very important. Understanding the relationship of the hillsides and the mountains and the views from and to the street trees, the relationship to the of these buildings to the street really will help soften it and make it fit in better. I think this architect who's trying very hard and has been working with the city for perhaps longer than even a project like this might want to consider working with or collaborating with other architects or planners who have experience in projects of this type. They're built all the time in LA, Santa Monica, Pasadena, Malibu. There are tons of people in this immediate area who would be great partners to collaborate and would see this as an opportunity to improve the community rather than to just land on it like three giant buildings connected by sky bridges that I think their utility would be very limited. Apartment complexes all the time have different people living in different buildings, and it's not like we're in Minnesota. They just walk from one building to another or stroll or skip. They don't need to walk in a giant glass sky bridge. The architect or applicant should really consider what the surrounding development patterns are on the surrounding blocks. And the new development can maintain respect for and positive association with the existing development pattern by paying more attention to it and tapping into what the community is looking for, rather than delivering 3 huge buildings with a big flat podium that seems to fight with the site, unfortunately. Trying to move ahead in my notes, 1 second. In this case, the proposal may not be appropriate. There are probably ways to soften it, but this is a very steep hill right now. The almost rural character of the area, the low scale, all these things need to be really thought about. Having such a tall building with just straight corridors between it isn't working. The concept that Board Member Simonian had, that rather than one giant project with 3 nearly, not quite really, identical buildings repeated, just doesn't take advantage of some of the opportunities, and especially we'll get to it in design and detailing, but it just could be anywhere, and that's part of the problem. I wish I had better recommendations regarding site planning. What I can say is, unfortunately, this isn't it. There needs to be more animation, ins and outs. Big, huge buildings shouldn't read at the street level in a community like this as big, huge buildings. So I hope you can take these comments to heart and listen to the other board members, as well as following all the guidance that's necessary. Thanks.
Okay. Board Member Chagayan, again, we're focusing on just the site planning right now.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't agree more with my fellow board members. I had very similar notes down. I do think the single driveway off of Foothill is the best way to go in this situation for this site, especially given all that we were hearing from the neighbors with New York Avenue and how challenging and backed up it is already with the schools in the neighborhood. I know we're trying to limit it just to site, and it kind of goes hand in hand sometimes when we're talking massing and scale, and I won't get in too much detail, but in addition to everything Board Member Simonian and Board Member Smith said, which I echo, I would also add just, try to attempt to plan the buildings out a little differently. I appreciate that they're broken up, but they're still large rectangular buildings. Maybe the direction is trying to make them different shaped, different orientation, add some atriums, which would always help, soften up the streetscape with landscaping, offset storefronts, give it a little bit more life and interest for the most part. And I'll just keep it short, but in general, I echo everything that was said already when it comes to site planning.
Okay, Board Member Minas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to appreciate all the comments that the public have made regarding this project. Just first glance, looking at the site plan of this project, I like the 3 separate structures with spaces between them. I think that if the architect reduces the size of the units to be close to the minimum requirement, the mass of these buildings will be automatically shrink. And then the open spaces between the buildings will increase. So that is something, some considerations that I would, suggest. I agree with Mr. Simonian that there should be some kind of smooth transition between the park, New York Park, and this building. I mean, you don't want to just stand in the park and see like 2, 3, 4-story structures, solid structures, dry, bone structures in front of you. I have a little bit difficulty with a single driveway going in and serving both the commercial and the residential sections. But because of the elevation of the property going diagonally, going north and west from the southeast corner of the property, I would suggest that the datum of the building be measured from the average elevation of these two streets, New York and Foothills, so that the amount of the above below grade condition of the base of the building at Main Street will be kind of averaged, because again, it is really challenging to do that. But I believe that if you have, for instance, 0 at the southeast corner of the property, and then almost 27 feet elevation difference to the northwest of the property, then that elevation difference is already 2.5 level of subterranean garage. The alignment of the garages to serve both residential and commercial is challenging for this project, strictly because of this elevation differences. And again, going along, say, Foothill from east to west, and say allowing some kind of setback of the structure, so that if there's a restaurant business can utilize the sidewalk for sitting and dining area, how would the finished grade of those commercial units be? I mean, with respect to the existing grade, would it be lower than the grade or higher? And how much higher? Those are the things that I think will need the challenging thoughts on the architect's part to make sure that he makes the best use of this elevation, both along Foothill Boulevard and New York Street. But I do believe that at least one driveway, would serve better for this big project. To, for instance, the one that goes in from Foothill Boulevard to serve the residential, and then the one going from New York, which is higher elevation, to serve the commercial units that are going to be established higher. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to key off a little bit of what Mr. Mina said, in particular about the retail and the utilization of that. I think that this is a very challenging site, and the slope that is there on Foothill makes it extremely difficult to try and do something that is going to be street-facing retail. I would actually recommend a consideration that they not try and do retail across the entire street front. I think a focus on the corner, as I think Board Member Simonian said, with like a restaurant, a nice, good size space for a restaurant with outdoor space would be appropriate. But beyond that, I don't think that street-facing retail works particularly well here in terms of a site planning consideration. And I also think that there's a missed opportunity, as I think the staff alluded to. This is a pretty prominent corner. You know, it's a sharp angle, so it's a very difficult corner to work with. But you know, some of the most iconic buildings I can think of, you know, were on sharp corners, and they try to make something of that, you know, and do something that's interesting. You know, the North Glendale plan certainly speaks to that corners should be emphasized, and there should be something interesting about it. So I think the applicant has missed a real opportunity there, and I would encourage them to rethink their approach to the corner and what it means for the community to have something interesting and something worthwhile to be addressing that corner. I concur with most of the board members that the driveway should be restricted and limited to foothill access. I think Mr. Simone made an excellent point that there's certainly ways that you can design it that'll be accommodating for both usages within a single driveway in and out for the garage. And again, it's a challenging site, but you know, I think Board Member Smith commented that perhaps, you know, getting some additional support on this from somebody who's dealt with these kinds of mixed-use projects with grade changes and trying to accommodate a very, very intransigent community would be a useful suggestion here. I think the community did, you know, themselves service and credit by coming out in force tonight, coming out in force with all their letters. You know, they made it clear that they think that a lot of things should be reconsidered here, and I tend to agree with that. The breaking up the buildings into multiple units, I applaud. I think that is an appropriate site planning strategy. I think that's how they were broken up and where these view corridors are being established definitely needs some rethought. Okay, so that gives us some closure on site planning. So let us move now to mass and scale discussion. I'm happy to keep it in the same order as we did last time. So, Mr. Simonian, if you'd like to lead us off on the discussion of mass and scale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to mass and scale, and by the way, I think it's a great idea that staff recommended that we break up our comments into these three categories. This way, they're more concise and keeps us on point as well. In regards to massing, so we talked about pulling, you know, how in my previous comments I discussed to integrate retail to the sidewalk. And now when we're talking about the massing of the building, as it relates to kind of the patios along Foothill that are on the residential side, on the second floor of the residential building. We have these patios that come all the way to the sidewalk. So when you're looking at it in section, they really do go up to the property line. And then we have these columns, very massive columns holding up these patios. And at the end, it's almost like these columns are celebrated at the corner of New York and Foothill by this exterior outdoor space on the second level. I suggest that the patios are pulled back from Foothill. This will have two effects. Number one is it will eliminate all the columns below. And as I mentioned earlier in site planning, by reducing the height of that corner exterior space to the lower level and really integrating it as outdoor seating for a corner restaurant will now reduce the mass and bulk of this building tremendously. Because when you look at the elevations on sheet 10C and also the elevations on, well, really 10C, you get a really good feel of how much mass is created by that corner elevated outdoor space. We've already talked about the deletion of the catwalks, and that once you delete the catwalks, you've now separated these buildings. And what I was alluding to before in regards to the site plan of it having more of an organic Main Street feel, I think as we look at the facades on sheet 10C and you look at the retail and you look at the storefronts that are so repetitive one after another, and then you have this band of stucco above it, really has an outdated feel to it. So what I suggest is breaking up the retail into 3 categories, or really 3 different zones. And I would really think of it as some more of a boutique retail Main Street feel, where they have almost different eclectic styles. And so those themes will kind of then lend themselves to a certain type of architecture above. But I think just having that band of stucco above the storefronts stretched out 500 feet won't lend itself to any kind of retail that will have a viable future to it. The 3 buildings can look different, and they should look different. Perhaps a Spanish style might be more appropriate, if not a Spanish style, excuse me, a style of architecture that integrates more traditional materials, which we'll get to in the 3rd category, but in itself, the style really does add to the massing. We have these vertical bands of windows that are created on elevation 10C and also on 11C. And if you look at these vertical bands, they add to the verticality of the building. The corner rotunda piece also adds to the massing of the building. I agree with you, Board Member Welsh, in your comment before, where sometimes these cornered lots that are so difficult to design could lend themselves to very iconic buildings. And so that corner should really follow form, follows function in a sense, and really lend itself as to the signature of this property. As I'm going through my notes here, as it relates to massing, I think the comment that I made earlier about the site plan, integrating some sort of a berm on the northern property side to create more of a landscape buffer, that will reduce massing. And also when we look at the elevations, for example, on sheet 11C, what immediately visible from New York is a level of retail with 3 stories above. So that's 4 stories, but this building looks a lot bigger because it has that other building in the rear, which is several hundred feet away. And so if you have some renderings that depict that corner, we'll have a lot better understanding of how that building in the rear, that's 400 or 500 feet away, isn't really going to be as visible as depicted on this elevation. And so that's my first suggestion, is really doing a lot of different renderings as you're having discussions with the community and the board. But again, on 11C, we notice these vertical bands of windows that are just creating so much verticality. And if this was more of a Spanish style of a building, let's say, it would have much more of a horizontal feel to it. It would have, it would do the opposite of vertical windows. And so that would reduce the mass. Again, on the retail on the lower level, that corner bulk of that outdoor space on the 2nd level, if that's dropped, I'll do wonders to this building, and getting rid of that round rotunda will also help as well. So those are my massing comments.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have to admit, I am absolutely exhausted at this point, so I don't have very good recommendations. I agree with Board Member Simonian's comments. I would think this is the time that we talk about the street walls not being straight up and stepping back. I think would really help reduce this massing. The tower at the corner, unfortunately, as the previous board member said, is bulky. It's really clumsy, and instead of establishing a node and anchoring the corner, to tell you the truth, I looked at it and couldn't think of what it looked like, and then I came to it. It looks like a hex bolt. So the top being sort of polygonal and squared off, it really just looks like a mechanical engineering exercise. To make that, it can get more slender toward the top. It could be round. It could be all kinds of things, except what it is currently proposed. The comments regarding the vertical ribbons of windows was right on as well. In terms of the massing, there are lots of buildings that you see on the street, but they look inward. And if this were some sort of special place on the inside, it would draw people in more. It just the balconies that hang over the street make it seem more bulky as well. I'm just in agreement with, I think, all of those comments, and the idea of even not just trimming the buildings in different ways, but each of the buildings, and it could be more than 3, being different masses and volumes would really go a long way in making this feel like it fits into a low-scale neighborhood more than it does.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Chagai?
Yes, thank you. In full agreement with my fellow board members, with all their suggestions. I would add to it as well by suggesting that I just think it is just too large for this location site. I definitely agree with the corner, and I had that down where I felt like it just needed to be carried all the way down and be anchored, and of course look different. But we'll get to that, I guess, with design and detailing. Just size overall, whether it's reducing the unit sizes, maybe eliminating the upper level of the buildings, or maybe it's a mixture of both. Just something that would help with the mass and scale overall, and keeping in mind the context and everything else. And really, I know in the North Glendale Community Plan, this area is designated as areas to enhance. But I would, my advice would be to go back, take the time to really read through the guidelines, and specifically when it comes to, I guess, the design and detailing, and I know we'll get to that later. But it is just coming off as very bulky mass. So any of the tips and tricks of designing to eliminate that mass and scale would help in this situation. And of course, it goes hand in hand with the design and the detailing that I think it's just lacking right now. One thing I will add that I don't think was mentioned was the roofs, just not have it be this flat continuous roof all around, and maybe start introducing varying roof heights and shapes. And that's all I'll add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Minas on mass and scale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also agree with the previous board members' comments on how to reduce the mass of the building. I already indicated that through maybe shrinking the buildings by, introducing smaller size units will, reduce the mass, quite a bit. But I like the idea of Mr. Simonian of the front patios to have setbacks from the property line. Also, I thought that because of the elevation difference between the southeast to northwest of the property, if we can, say, expose the building no more than, say, 3 stories, and then follow the ground contours as far as kind of stepping the roof of these buildings to rise with the rise of the contours, and maintain a situation where in no areas the portion of the building above ground will not exceed, say, 30 feet or something like that, whatever the guidelines are. If they need to, say, accommodate, say, additional parking, they can sunk the building for the parking below grade. But at least above grade, if they can follow the contour line and then maintain 3 levels exposures at the southeast corner of the property, then they can just step up as they go towards the northwest of the building. That will also help reduce the mass of the buildings.
Thank you. Yeah, I concur with that. I think following the topography is always a good answer here, and I think that generally speaking, this project is just too large. It is way overscaled for this area of town. There is nothing else like it. So the project as proposed is just not a workable solution. And I think Board Member Minas is correct, and I think it was mentioned earlier that a simple solution is just reducing the size of the units. Some of these units in here are bigger than my house. They are very, very large units. And I think that they could easily be reduced down to the minimum size or thereabouts in order to significantly reduce the necessary building volume that is being worked with here. And, reducing it down to the 35-foot, the 3 stories in most locations, and maybe in that further northwest corner, as the Board Member Minas said, maybe that's where you can add a little bit more height, maybe a little bit more massing back there, but stepped back, set back away from the street, away from that. And, that's also the highest point on the site. It dovetails nicely in the park area where there's a lot of vegetation around there. So it would be helping to shield the project from viewers in the park. So I concur with those comments made previously, and again, it just needs to be scaled. It is not in character with this area of town, and not at all in compliance with the Northwest, the North Glendale community. Sorry, I'm getting a little punchy. I think we all are probably at this point after 11 o'clock at night. Okay, so let's move on to design and detailing. So Board Member Simonian, please kick us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to design and detailing, it's almost always a tertiary item, because once you as an architect, you start off on the site plan and you first figure out the general location of items, accessibility, driveways, outdoor areas, etc. And then, of course, you move on to your massing. And now, once you've sorted out those items, you now get into your design and detailing. The design and detailing really follows the architectural style. And so we've made some comments, I think, either a Spanish style or more of a contemporary version of a traditional style, but yet uses traditional material. The stone veneers, the vertical siding, use of 2 or 3 different kind of materials versus one, staying away from stucco as the primary material, reducing the amount of color of in the stucco to create vibrancy in the building and interest in the building, but substituting materials, change of materials versus color to create variety is the right approach. And so instead of using different color stucco, use a different type of material, let's say. And so now that in itself is a language of details that could be integrated in and around the building. I do think that the retail should have kind of this, as I've mentioned before, more of a Main Street boutique feel to it. I think the residential above will kind of follow itself and lend itself to whatever happens below. I think once you integrate the outdoor living, outdoor common areas for outdoor eating, integration of the retail, that in itself is going to lend itself to more of a kind of a European type of mixed-use building, which I think a Spanish style would maybe be a good use of it. As I've said in the past, the vertical windows and the verticality of the building should be eliminated and kind of go with more of a horizontal feel. I would urge variety in roof, sloped roofs, actually exposing the edge of the roof. Think of it as kind of a mansard design, but not a mansard, but in a sense you have sloped roof, variety of roofs, and now you're seeing roof instead of parapets. I think that would add as well. So overall, those would be my thoughts on design and detailing.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Smith.
Thank you very much. As I said previously, I'm pretty exhausted, so I'm going to try to do my best. What this design and detailing needs to do that it unfortunately does not is reflect the community in its materials and details. La Crescenta was the location of a huge flood. There are tons of rocks and boulders. That's part of what sent the community down the hill. As proposed, the design seems to really just have patches of bright colors and stucco, as was alluded to by Board Member Simoni. And what it needs to have, even if it's different style buildings, is an architectural big idea. And that's something it seems to be lacking as it's proposed. I think I may have said previously, it's almost postmodernist in its execution right now. Those big columns really aren't very fashionable in current architecture. As the previous board member said, a variety of roof heights and types. I've worked on a lot of design review for projects in the past where the architect's big idea was an Italian hill town, and that was done to death in the last few decades. So I don't think that would be a great place to start for this. But that said, it's the kind of thing where there are different roof heights. There can be a variety of subtle differences in color without being prescriptive. Incorporating the differences in site planning and massing should lead the architect or designer to a better, now I have no words, a better something that can better incorporate in the community, and something where the buildings can be somewhat similar without seeming like a giant development. In the department of it being so big, what I had thought of toward the beginning of this conversation was, it's sort of like if someone offers a plate of or a tray of cookies, instead of taking every single cookie off the tray, you can leave some. They don't expect you to take all the cookies. There can be, I've been looking at lots of projects around the community where space is left on the table. You don't have to build every single unit you can. And I think it would achieve a more pleasing design.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Chagayan.
Thank you, Chair. Since it's the last time I'm going to speak, I do want to add that I appreciate the willingness of Mr. Nazarian to, present this to us as a preliminary design review, because I don't think it happens often enough. And thank you, Mr. Kiesel, for suggesting it. I won't add much more. I'm in agreement with fellow board members, of course, and as well as staff's comments. But I do like the idea of Spanish style that Mr. Simonian suggested. I love the idea of like boutique retail, eclectic, doesn't necessarily mean every single building has to be an exact match to each other, but it definitely needs some more, to be a little bit more visually appealing. And of course, with the use of materials and changing the roof styles is going to help with that. I think it goes without saying that when you're designing a project of this scale and magnitude, you're no longer designing it for yourself, but you are designing it for the community as a whole. So I really would just urge Mr. Nazarian and the owner to go back to the community guidelines and dive deep and really take another pass at the overall design approach to this as a whole, and hopefully our comments and suggestions will help them get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Ramirez?
Yes, I also, again, I'd like to kind of reiterate what other board members have talked about, the detailing. I agree with the staff recommendations. I also agree that a single material, finished material, will not be appropriate for this size of project, or this large of projects. I also like to, again, appreciate Mr. Nazarian's work. I know it's very difficult, very challenging site, but again, as a first step, I'm sure he has gotten quite a bit of feedback from the neighbors and us, and of course, and I would strongly recommend Mr. Nazarian to have meeting with the community. And again, from all the emails that I read and received and the calls, I would say like 95% of the people are for development. Again, nobody really 100% opposes development in this area. However, their concern is, again, massing, compatibility, and following the city guidelines. And I would, a meeting between the architect and the community will greatly reduce all those, items of concern that we heard tonight. So I would totally agree with the previous board members' comments and the staff recommendations, and also recommend that Mr. Nazarian to meet with the community people. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will conclude my comments by saying again, I'll echo the previous board member who said, meet with the community, listen to the community, talk to the community, engage with the community. It will help make the project better. the design needs to be more reflective of the environment up there. And North Glendale does have more unique characteristics. It is not Grand Boulevard, it is not Central Avenue in Glendale. And the design should be respectful of that. You've heard several good comments and suggestions here tonight. I think you would be well advised to heed those and heed the words of staff. I have read through the staff report and all of their comments and suggestions, and they are very well thought out comments and guidance for you. And I think that your design will be improved by paying attention to them, listening to what we've said here tonight. A scaled down design with more articulation, varying roof heights, setbacks, working to blend it in. I think that you will create a much better, more successful project that will much more easily pass through this process than the current design that's been put forward here. So I think that's all I really need to add to that. So I will turn it back over to Mr. Kiesel and Mr. Platt and ask if you have any questions for us before we depart, or if you're all good.
I have many pages of notes with your comments as well as the community comments. Together with the staff comments, I think we have a lot to help the project team with. So on my end, I don't have any other questions questions Roger or Vilya do.
I don't necessarily, although were there any comments in the staff report that you want to eliminate or you want to highlight more? Do you want to just concentrate on what you've said today?
I didn't hear anyone raise any objections to any of the staff comments, so I think that the applicant again would be well advised to pay attention to those. I think if anything, all the board members merely supplemented that and can be used to guide them that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. With that, we can close the item, and I will welcome very fervently a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all so much.